Hey, and welcome to the premiere of our first session and campaign 2 in the world of Veth'Arden. As per what was just seen in the intro, pirates. So, as we move into this, let's just get right in. See if I get this. Okay. Whole new setup here, so bear with us. Any issues. We are also streaming on both Twitch and YouTube now, so that is also a cool little thing that we have going on. And move that there. Got it. Okay. So, welcome to Granheim, a land of endless sands and seas, where the burning desert meets two vast oceans. To the west, the Arashi Depths churn with tempests, and to the east, the Graycroft stretches out in gleaming promise, its far horizons holding the ever-unknown. Here, on the edge of these two mighty seas, fortunes are made and lost with the roll of the tide. Granheim is a land of stark contrasts and great opportunity, where the Relvath barrens stir with scorching winds and lurking dangers, yet thriving port cities and diverse cultures exist under an uneasy but unenduring peace. Dominating the southern coast, the Vorkal Sultanate rules from opulent palaces, its banners billowing across bustling harbors. Once the subjects of this sultanate, the Almuru Daxan contingent, former rebels turned emerging powers, now chart their own destinies while keeping a watchful eye on old rivals. Far to the north, the disciplined dominion of Kafka stands as a bulwark of military might, respecting truces almost as much as it tests them. And in the ashen east, the hardy folk of Zahan's Landing survive and trade amid volcanic ruins, forging crucial pacts with neighboring realms. Though each of these factions harbor their own ambitions, treaties and diplomacy, no matter how frail, bind them, ensuring that for the moment, this land remains united under the shared promise of prosperity and the ever-present threat of what lies in the dunes within. Yet, for all its sprawling sands and towering city walls, Granheim remains first and foremost a realm shaped by the sea. Caravans may haul rare spices and shimmering artifacts across the scorching sands, but it is the wind and the waves that truly steer the destinies of countless people in these lands. Along these coasts, corsairs, privateers, and pirate lords carve their names into history, forging alliances in the shadows of lamplit taverns and weaving legends across battered decks. The infamous Reaper's Port, outlaws and opportunists vie under the vigilant gaze of Pirate Lord Orlon Veskar, the Black Tide. Some hoping to rise among his ranks in the Stolen Bazaar, others seeking to steal his power. While on the Arashi Depths, the anchor port stands among all of daring and grit. This floating city cobbled from salvaged shipwrecks and lashed together over generations, resting on a sunken mountain peak. It's a neutral ground for sailors, smugglers, and free traders alike, presided over by the pirate lord Cassian Stormfall. Here, the line between legend and reality blurs, and every creaking timber whispers tales of fortune made and lost on these tides. This is Granheim, a land beckoning with the promise of untold riches and the thrill of uncharted waters. It is a land perched on the crossroads of fate, where every tide brings new opportunities, as well as new dangers. Tonight, though, our story unfolds amidst creaking timbers themselves, as well as the swirling sandstorms around, as high above the Graycroft Sea, the midday sun burns in a vast, cloudless sky. Below, an ever-shifting array of vessels crowd the waters, merchant ships heavy with silks and spices, sleek corsairs racing to distant ports, and warships bearing the regal insignia of the Vorkal Sultanate. The tumult of crossing wakes sends frothy sea brine into the air. Both the promise and peril awaits within these waters. Beyond this crash of waves, beyond the shimmering desert sun, rises Al-Hajjad, the port of splendor, its brass-domed spires visible for miles, drawing closer. The city unfurls like a tapestry of old stories and new fortunes. The sunlight dances on polished domes, their surfaces etched with swirling designs that glint in warm bronze hues. Narrow arches and tall colonnades of red sandstone frame streets alive with travelers, artisans, and traders bartering in a multitude of tongues. Aromas of spiced coffee and sizzling meats mingle with the brine and desert dust, forming a heady perfume. Towering aerodacts, these swift, quadrupedal, broad-shouldered avians transport goods and riders alike through chaotic thoroughfares, adding their calls to the city's raucous ambiance. In Al-Hajjad, light and darkness share the same space, beneath the grand redstone arches of imposing gateways, and alongside the teeming bazaars, slums sprawl in twisting alleyways thick with tension and possibility. This warren of decrepit buildings and hidden courtyards hosts black markets where contraband and treasures swap hands in hushed bargains, no questions asked. From the dim taverns and smoky dens tucked away in half-collapsed alleys, rumors of pirate gold and forbidden knowledge float on the wind, ready to kindle new ambitions or light the fuse of danger and peril within. And amid all this hustle and noise, we find our bustling docks. A ceaseless clamor of cranes and cargo greets every new tide. Just outside this, a particular attraction has seized the city's imagination. The sprawling traveling circus newly set up in the performance quarter, encircled by colorful tents and carnival wagons. Grand marquees rise above the rooftops, banners fluttering beneath the desert sun, as beasts parade in choreographed displays, and jugglers, acrobats, and illusionists captivate throngs of onlookers. Finally, the docks themselves, as workers and sailors sweat under the unrelenting sun, unloading shipments from across the world. Strange beasts, rare potions, and artifacts. Here, travelers of every stripe run towards destiny or flee from misfortune. Eyeing the horizon with equal measure of awe and trepidation, it is said that in Al-Hajjad secrets are as common as grains of sand, and just as difficult to keep from slipping through one's fingers. Under the watchful gaze of the Vorkal Sultanate, this vibrant, unyielding city stands at a crossroads of commerce, ambition, and secrecy. For those with the will to seize it, Al-Hajjad offers riches beyond measure. Yet, whispered in dockside bars and behind half-closed shutters, the same siren's call, the open waters of the Graycroft Sea, where pirates reign and legends are born. Here, in the golden light of sunrise and the shifting shadows of twilight, a new chapter awaits. Tales of fortune won on the waves, in a port built as much on dreams and daring as it was on trade and tradition. Oh, that was a lot. Apologies, everybody.
You did great, Crow.
He's not sorry.
I'm not sorry in the least bit. Or am I? Never really can know.
Nope.
But I can tell you this much. You are going to love the players. We change our tone a little bit here. We open with the creak of weathered wood, the sting of sea salt, and the dull thud of boots hitting a gangplank. Azrik, the howling tempest looms behind you, sails furled, her hull still scorched from the battle that changed everything. The sunlight glints off her polished ironwork, the crew moves about like distant ghosts. Your crew no longer. Not many words were spoken as you were cast off, and no more needed to be. Reaper's gaze says more than 1,000 ever could. The heat of Al-Hajjad's sun is nothing compared to the fire that lingers beneath your skin. A gift, though not necessarily asked for, is what you have been granted. As you step onto the docks, the air is thick with spice and brine, and the chaotic hum of Al-Hajjad greets you with open arms and bared teeth as traders shout in 5 different languages. Children weave between sailors and beasts of burden, and somewhere not far off, the call of street performers' flutes wind through the clamor. But none of it matters, not yet. You have coin. You need a crew. You need to plot your future and fast, and as your boot heels land with a final thud on the salt-warped planks, you pause, eyes sweeping the cacophony of the port city, and there, just beyond a line of spice carts and swaying sails, you see it. A squat, sand-stained building with a sagging roof and a carved wooden sign that swings lazily in the sea breeze. The Drowned Sailor. Azrik, if you'd like to take a moment, can you describe yourself to the group and the people listening?
My coat's a bit of a patchwork compared to the rest of my attire. What's underneath, you could tell it's a more average pirate sailor attire, but the coat was obviously most likely taken from somebody else a little less fortunate than myself at this point. It's got faded gold embroidery along the collar, its fabric a little worse for wear in the elbows and shoulders. Got long white hair, spills loosely over the polished horns that I have coming out of my brow. Look, I've grown a little bit comfortable with, despite the stares that it draws in a lot of places. Not everybody's always so keen to have tieflings, but it's just it's an oddity compared to what most people see. And my hands now gloved, the leather like a second skin, if I may. And on my around my waist is a kind of a thick leather belt with vials that kind of hang from the sides, whether it be potions or poisons. Nobody's really sure. My eyes are a kind of a blue hue to them, and my skin is that dark grayish blue, more gray than blue, I'd say. That's what I got.
Okay. And as you start to move through the crowd, heading towards a place you know people gather, the sort of folk that would possibly be willing to head out with you. Are you doing anything specific on your way to the Drowned Sailor?
Mainly keeping my ears open. You never know what people are talking about, especially on the docks. It's always a great place for information as you're moving along, though I definitely want to keep away from prying eyes, but at the same time, if people seem to be talking a little bit more hush, veer my path a little bit closer to make sure that, like if they are talking about something interesting, I might be able to catch a little bit of it as I walk towards the tavern.
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Perception. A 6.
Okay, as you move through, the cacophony of voices in different languages that just contest for your attention in this area is a bit overwhelming. You hear shouts of a circus nearby. You hear some shrouded whispers asking, is that Reaper? Is that the Howling Tempest? It's been nary half a decade since I've seen them in Al-Hajjad. But for the most part, things just kind of blend and meld before actually reaching your ears. And as you push through the crowd, approaching the sagging carved building known as the Drowned Sailor, you see its door hangs crooked. Patrons spill out onto the dockside in a haze of laughter, shouting, this is where the desperate and the daring go to find their next chapter. And it could be just as much for you. Moving across the docks, as the sea wind carries with it sounds of clashing gulls, snapping sails, and shouting dock hands. But Sai, you don't hear any of it. You hear only your heartbeat, a heavy thump within your chest, as the gangplank beneath your boots rocks gently as you disembark the Melgen vessel known as the Silver Squall. It brought you here, westward. You stand still for a moment, eyes closed, face turned towards the sun, though you find no warmth in it. The shadows abound call to you, as they always have. The whispers are quiet today, but they do linger beneath your skin and the back of your mind, behind your eyes, and then you see it. A figure moving through the crowd ahead, tall, lean, a flash of white, hair falling to their shoulders, wild and unmistakable, catching the light like silver fire, black horns, worn leathers, the shape of a pistol at his side. This man from your visions, the one who holds whatever key you're searching for, the one who walks through your dreams, who stood beneath the twin moons. You begin to push forward, heart racing, not with fear, but certainty, as you slip between traders and sailors fighting for a space on the docks. And the noise fades beneath the pounding of your pulse, as you see the man step into a rickety tavern on the edge of the docks, a place of spilled blood, spilled ale, and whispered deals, a crooked sign that reads The Drowned Sailor. Would you like to describe yourself, Sai?
Sure. I wrote something out, so I'll just read that if you don't mind. Standing at about 5'5", Sai has her father's pale blue eyes, that, given the blessing from the Night Mother and her gifts with the dead, are now completely blue with no visible pupil. It's not the cloudiness that comes from blindness, it was a physical representation of the world that she could now see. She has pale, perfectly unblemished skin, which only furthered her obvious social and hierarchical standing. Her body is fit and strong, but still soft in the way that both youth and a simple life can give you. She has her mother's long, silken, dark hair with a purple sheen and bright light. Sai has a strikingly beautiful face, made only more entrancing by her eerie, phantom blue eyes. She may be technically half-elf, but her elven blood is very much dominant, as her father is half, but her mother is full. Sai only carries with her the warning crest of the Night Mother that she received on her Ithildar, which is kind of like a christening or a baptism to her people. It's the one thing of her wardrobe that never changes, of which she wears a dark blue cloak that flows over her once bright white formesta, which is a robe. It's now a bit tattered and stained from her journey from Melja to Al-Hajjad. She wears a long brown leather corset with a brass brocade, and her dagger is tucked visibly right there in front.
Okay. You pause before entering, your hand resting lightly on the hilt of your blade. This is the place, this is the moment I've been looking for. Jumping over, we have the scent of sawdust and roasting nuts, the clamor of steel-shod wheels over cobbled stone, the pulse of a city that never slows and never stops. But you don't stop either, Darian. as you tear through the twisting streets of Al-Hajjad, your boots pounding against the sun-baked stones. You're moving fast. Past spice carts, startled vendors, squawking Aradaks, and blurs of color from market awnings that stretch overhead like patchwork sails. You don't look back. Can't. Behind you is the menagerie. Callias. Your friends and your family is your home. That's where Celine is. Her words still echo in your mind from your fight previously. And maybe that's the problem. You're tired of being dusted off. You want to fly. You round a corner, duck past a stubborn Aradak, and finally catch a glimpse of what you've been chasing. The glimmering blue of the harbor, the distant creak of rigging, the smell of tar, salt, and adventure in these docks and gangways. Your heart is racing, but you don't stop, not until your eyes land on a structure that seems to lean on itself just to stay standing. Its chipped sign swings like a noose in the breeze, reading the drowned sailor. You want to describe yourself, Darian?
Rabbit.
Well, you see a young Valkyrie man standing around 5'8"-ish, ears included. Beginning from the top down, you see long, luxurious, well-groomed rabbit ears that adorn a handsomely beautiful and roguish face. He's wearing a simple yet stylish coat over a similarly fashioned shirt, open to a perfectly tasteful amount of chest fluff. It frames his lanky build with some apparent muscularity to it, but it's very much the body of that of a dancer, of a performer. He, despite his traipsing throughout the streets in the moments prior, he stops, centers himself, and puts on an air of cool, balanced grace. But for those with perhaps a bit more insight, there's not a thought going on in that head. Whatever it is he's doing, it hasn't been thought out. If it's been thought about at all. Nevertheless, he stops, checks to make sure no one's looking out for him, and coolly and calmly enters the establishment.
As you enter the establishment, we are going to jump over again as the soft rustle of linen wraps, the creak of old leather, the heavy silence of the conviction that binds you. In a quiet chamber within the sunlit sanctum, incense smolders in brass dishes, curling toward stained glass skylights that filter the sunlight into rivets of gold and crimson. Terhuk, you stand before a mirror, hood drawn low, sleeves rolled tight, armor dusted with desert sand, one hand resting on the edge of a modest travel pack, the other clutching your symbol of your order. You slip the signet of the order into the folds of your cloak, promising to carry it in silence, as this mission, this pilgrimage, demands discretion. As behind you a voice speaks, measured and unwavering.
Remember, Terhuk, to walk in the light does not mean to abandon the shadows. It means to choose how to use them.
As you see Don Warden Darius standing in the doorway, arms folded. Do you say or do anything?
Yeah, Terhuk's gonna just lower his head a little bit before looking at the mirror, and then glancing towards Darius.
go ahead and
Hey.
give us a description real quick as you look in the mirror and we see Terhuk.
Also,
Well, Terhuk Ravid is a striking figure. His olive tone, dark skin, almost carrying the warmth of the desert sands. And even though he's only lived 29 years, his face is covered with scars from countless battles, whether it be small skirmishes or even fights. He has a thick braided ponytail that rests against his back. And he has piercing bright golden eyes that when stare at you looks almost as if he's staring right into your soul. He almost has a glowing stoic wisdom about him, as if every movement of his is calculated and thought of before. Yet his scarred face does show a gentle side of him, almost as if trying to see the goodness in others. He has a short beard, which is well trimmed and cared for, and he wears leather armor that is gray, dark brownish in nature. And he also holds a skull, a shawl that covers most, if not all, of his neck, where he has currently his pendant hidden, tucked away, and also covering a tattoo that he has on his right side of his neck. He also holds his longsword around his back, while also carrying what seems like a dagger around his leg as a final countermeasure for any sudden attacks. And he also carries a buckler around his waist. He looks at his mirror and just seems to almost have a hint of not disgust but worry before staring back at Darius.
it's Darian, by the way.
Darian, I know Darian.
No, it's not his.
No, Darius.
This is Darius, not Darian. Two different people. This is a member
it's
of
Darius.
his
See?
order.
Yep, exactly.
Oh.
Yep. I was like, wait a second. Terhuk hasn't met Darian yet.
Too many D's.
Too many D's.
D's, guys.
This is what happens when you have so many
Look,
D's.
I'm doubly confused because Darius was also my character's original name before I changed it.
That's why. The
More than
coincidences keep piling
more
up.
than one person can be named Darius. Okay.
Darius the 4th, Darius the 5th. Let's have lots of Dariuses.
Fucking
Um,
whoops. My bad.
No,
It's
you're
Carry
good.
on.
Terhuk is gonna say like, I will remember. I will remember your words, and I'll keep them close to my heart.
As you,
Well, yes, I will do so.
as you say this, there is a nod. As you descend into Al-Hajjad, as the city shifts around you, the heat radiating from the sandstone walls, voices clashing in markets and alleyways, the smell of sweat and spice and sea salt. The sanctum taught you focus. You do not falter, you do not hesitate. As the harbor opens up before you like an open wound, ship masts rise like spears against the sky. You scan for marks, gang symbols, heraldry, anything that might hint at a ship tied to Orlon's network, and then you see a place where pirates gather, where secrets change hands over drink, where names are bought and sold, a crooked building, low-slung and loud, hugging the edge of the docks, the drowned sailor. As you pull your shawl tighter, the symbol of Aurelius pressing cold against your chest beneath your leathers, you have a mission. You were trained to be a spy, and then trained to be a man of honor. You're a weapon of the light hidden in plain sight as you move towards the building. With a heavy thump, 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 the rhythm of boots over sun-baked stone, the slap of boots on the ground and sandals around you, the bark of guards, the curse of the desperate. You know the sounds of pursuit better than most, Desmond. as smoke curls from a nearby roof where someone's cooking with cheap oil. The clamor of Al-Hajjad slums, children screaming in the distance, merchants haggling, the buzz of insects, and the muffled groan of the dying washes over you like a memory. But you've been in worse. Not under pressure quite like this, though. As you round a corner and duck beneath a tattered awning, shoving past crates and washing lines as angry voices echo behind you, but closer now. The Gilded Blades. You'd hoped the rumors were wrong. The whispers were just paranoia that your name was still safe. They weren't. It isn't. Your bag is packed neatly, of course. You've done this too many times not to be ready, as vials clink against scalpels, wrapped linen and black-threaded sutures peek from worn leather rolls, and some sort of bladed scalpel-like weapon sits heavy at your side just in case things get messy. You press into an alleyway, dart past a half-collapsed shrine, and emerge near the edge of the harbor. The air shifts, saltier, louder, and more chaotic. And then you see it, the crooked tavern clinging to the docks like barnacles that have too much pride. The drowned sailor. You've patched up worse men in worse places. If you can find someone desperate or foolish enough to need you, you might just buy yourself a way out of the city. Go ahead and give us a description of Mr. Desmond Leech, or Dr. Desmond Leech.
Dr. Desmond Leech, if I had to describe him, he'd be the type of person when you're walking by them in an alley, you're going to see them smiling, but that smile doesn't extend to their eyes. It's very much one of those professional smiles that he puts on for other people. When he looks at you, he categorizes you into one of three things. Either you owe him a favor, you owe him money, or you're a potential customer in the future. There's no other option for you. He is a very tall, not really tall, he's about 6 foot tall gentleman in his late 30s, early 40s. And people would describe his looks as kind of off. He dresses almost as if he is a physician anywhere else, but the colors are wrong. His outfit is darker, made from himself. He would have patchworks on like his elbows for reinforcement, or he would keep the colors to darker, muted colors because he doesn't want blood to show up on the wall often. Very much different from the whites and brights of hospitals and other clergymen. When you look at his hair has a slight color difference that if you're not staring, you wouldn't notice much. People say that it's because he used to be blonde when he was younger, and all the blood of the clients he's had over the years stained his hair red, as it's a bright red. Aside from that, there's not much else that he really likes to share with other people. Desmond's a very to himself type of person. Very much looking for who's going to be paying for his drink for him.
Okay. Moving on, Azrik. The door groans on rusted hinges as you creak it open, spilling a slice of searing sunlight into the gloom within. Dust floats lazily in the golden beam, catching on the haze of pipe smoke that clings low in the rafters. The drowned sailor is not a place for polite company. It smells of sweat, spilled grog, brine-soaked wood, and the people within. The floorboards bend in protest under every step, warped from years of boots, blood, and sea mist. Lanterns swing from an overhead beams, glass cracked, flames casting flickering shadows across the warped faces within. The clientele here is a mosaic of scoundrels, smugglers, wanderers, and pirates. Salt-bitten sailors, sharp-eyed mercenaries resting sore arms, and men who don't speak unless silver's changing hands. A woman in a hooded cloak counts coins behind a bar, a rusted harpoon resting within arm's reach. Behind her, aged rum bottles stand like soldiers in a row, many of them empty. In the far corner, a card game simmers with quiet intensity. A blade sits casually on the table that nobody has commented on. You see a one-eyed man playing a lute, tuning it meticulously, strings squealing under clawed fingers. Overhead, scraps of netting and torn banners hang like trophies from past crews and past battles. And above it all, the noise, loud, raucous laughter, shouting, the slam of a tankard, a man trying to talk over it all in 3 different dialects, but failing every time. It's not chaos exactly, but it's only ever a few words from becoming so. This is a place where plans are made, names are forgotten, and the only rule that matters is whether you can pay your tab or whether you can survive if you can't. The door closes behind you, the newest arrival to this place. Its boots hit the floor with purpose. Your flash of white hair, the burn of the determination barely restrained behind your tired eyes. The crowd barely glances your way, but the tavern feels your presence like a low wind before a vast blaze. So, as you step into the haze and heat of the drowned sailor, smoke curls around your shoulders, your boots stick slightly to the ale-stained floors. What do you do? And I can go ahead and pull open this map for you, as I'm sure that will affect. But let's go on a bit of a jauntier tune in this place.
You're not playing music anyways.
I am for the stream. I just forgot to share it on Discord. But I can fix that very quickly. Now it's sharing on Discord.
Look at us go. We got tavern music.
Ambiance is amazing.
Okay. Mr. Azrik Mr. Azrik Voss. The tavernscape is yours to explore.
All right. So, I can't even click my token.
Why can you not click your token?
I don't know. Doesn't want me. Now I can.
Yeah, because I just made it yours.
All right. I'm gonna kind of make my way through the tavern, not really paying anybody any mind. A slight smirk on my face as I'm finally feel like, I'm at a place that I could call a little bit closer to home, I guess I'd say. As I step up to the bar and ask for a mug of whatever they've got on hand.
The man behind the bar kind of looks at you gruffly as he shines a wooden tankard. Groggy, is it? And he kind of leans down beneath the counter as you hear the hissing of some sort of grog-like beverage pouring into the tankard that he just spit-shined, and he slams it on there. That'll be 6 copper, please.
I set a gold piece down on the counter. Keep the change for now. I doubt this will be my last one. And
As the gold
anybody happens to join me, go ahead.
As the gold hits the counter, he looks down, looks back at you, grabs it, bites it, and goes, "Oh, we got a light one." As everyone in the tavern looks at you, as the man is holding up a whole gold piece for a grog. You have expectant gazes all looking your way.
Let it cover the tab for anybody who decides to join me. And I take my ale and make my way towards the back. Not really paying attention to anybody else's eyes at this point. As I sit, not there, probably over here.
Okay.
Kind of kick the chair back a little bit and kick my feet up, smirk still on my face at the wandering eyes, and make myself a little bit comfortable.
Awesome.
Light a small spark in my hand. That I mean, the way that I'd explain it's kind of like how a gambler kind of twirls a coin across his knuckles as I let the fire dance around. Helps me ease my mind a little bit, but it also lets people know that though I've got a pistol on my hip, I'm more than armed if they'd like to try me.
Okay. At that note, the door creaks open again as Sai, if you can tell me what you're doing as you enter the tavern.
So I kind of already have my hood up as I come in, and I'm trying to be as unobtrusive as possible, and look for the white-haired man that I saw come in.
You do see him as he sits down, kicks his feet up, and begins fiddling with a flame.
I don't see his token. Where'd he go?
He's on the
Far
far left.
Oh, okay, that's I can see it. Okay. So I'm going to make my way over to him as swiftly as I can.
And I'm moving through the crowd. The people in here are much more attentive after the announcement at the bar, and you see many of them looking your way as you pass through. A couple of them are like, "Oh, I wonder if she's gonna be any fun. We might as well take her with us."
Ew.
So I was like, nope.
That's all she does, is she just goes ew under her breath and finds her way over, and she's going to look at Azrik and go, excuse me?
Les? I don't know if I've got what you're looking for.
Well, what I'm looking for is just you, so I'm sure you do.
I doubt you're looking for me. I've no knowledge of you at all.
I'm positive I'm looking for you. Do you know much about the Night Mother?
I mean, everybody knows about the Night Mother.
Right, well, she sent me to find you.
Kinda let the front end of my chair drop down to the floor just a little bit, and my feet rest on the floor as I look at her, taking a little bit bigger of a swig of my ale at this point, setting the mug down on the table. The Night Mother sent you to find me.
I believe so. Yes.
What does the Night Mother have to do with me, of all people?
Well, it's a long story. Do you mind if I sit?
Yes, but I suggest you don't sit with your back to the other patrons. They've already taken a bit of a liking to a lass like you in a bar like this.
Ew. Oh, so here like you?
That's fine. Whatever makes you more comfortable and what makes it to where we can still see who's walking to the table.
Yes, I've come a long way. Malja is my home. It was quite a bold ride. Gonna be honest, she has like an exasperated look on her face, like she's seen some shit.
Melja.
Yes.
Was actually on my way to Madeira myself not too many years ago. Didn't quite make it that far, I should say, but I can say that storms have their ways.
I'm a bit new to sailing. What did they call me on the ship? A tadpole, I think?
Tadpole?
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what it means. We're getting so off subject. I'm so sorry. So, yes, and she's going to lower her cloak so he can see her eyes.
Your eyes aren't too far from mine.
I believe that might be why she sent me to find you specifically.
Well, to be honest, I still don't have the faintest idea why. I mean, I've never prayed to the Night Mother. My mother was devout for Morthal, which serves the Night Mother, but can't ever say that I've been much of a religious man myself.
I was dedicated to Feloria, the Fallen Star, so I understand that.
Oh,
But have you heard of an artifact called the Tesseract?
Can't say that I have.
I've been having dreams for a long time. They started when I was young, and in those dreams, they change, and there's different people in them, but the message is always the same, that I'm to find this Tesseract. And in the last few months, you have been in my dreams. It's been you and the swirling sands of this place. And the last one I had was it just telling me to go, and that now was the time to come. And it clearly was correct, because here you are, and here I am. So I think you're meant to help me find the Tesseract, however that ends up happening.
And on that note, Darian, as the doors push open in front of you, find yourself in the tavern space.
Right then. I'll just do a quick once over of the patrons.
Seems like a pretty rowdy bunch. Many of them are sitting together, conversating. There's a lot of card games going on. There's a few that are just watching as you enter. Now their guards up from whatever has happened and transpired before your arrival.
There's a brief, longing glance at the game of cards before... Now, here for a mission. And I'll head on over to the bar. Excuse me?
Yes, lad. What can I do for you?
Hi, first things first. Like a drink, surprise me.
Right, one surprise grog coming up.
Leans down, you hear the hiss of grog pouring into a mug as he slams it on there.
I'll be 6 silver pieces, please.
Oh, well, that's a bit much, don't you think?
Well, as I'm having to deal with your excitement, and I mean, you look like one of them uppity folks, I figure you could probably afford it.
Cripes. Well,
Oh, can I step in?
Yeah, you
Besides
see
that-
this going on.
Yeah.
Another-
At this point, I'm probably getting a little bit down on mine. So I'm gonna... Excuse me, lass. I'll be right back. And mosey my way back up to the bar as their conversation's going on. Like a bit of a refill, and here you're charging him a bit extra, so go ahead and take it off mine and let him get out of here.
That's no fun at all, but very well, your drink's paid for, friend. Let's thank the white-haired one. He's new here, so he don't quite get how it goes.
And he pours you another grog as well and puts it on the table.
hey, he's new here, you say?
Only here, but I know exactly how it goes. Making my way back over to the table. Now let's continue.
Glance at my drink. Glance at the bartender. Glance at the white-haired stranger.
Why are you glancing so many places right now?
Just a sort of head tilt of acknowledgement. Thank you kindly. And I'll take my drink.
Hey, before you go, let me give you a piece of advice. In this kind of place, a sideways glance can get you killed, so I'd be careful with that.
Just shrugs. Walks off.
At this time, Terhuk, you enter into the tavern interior.
People are like, why the fuck is so many people showing up today?
Especially in armor, like, jeez, what are they doing?
It's a weird liminal coincidence of time and space that everybody is showing up one after another.
Like a tiefling, an elf, and a bunny, and now Terhuk.
Weird start to a joke.
Okay, well, first Terhuk is gonna just do a quick look around, and he is actually going to see if there's anyone here that he recognizes. As
Okay.
He just walks in.
Roll a perception check.
Sure. First roll.
Twelve.
Okay.
There's a lot of faces in here. You don't immediately recognize any of them. A few of these people you've seen like around the city probably. No standout features, although there is an amassing group of people you've never seen before in the far left corner of the establishment. They kind of stick out like sore thumbs currently, as people keep glancing their way, as if they've done something to garner their attention.
Terhuk is going to just keep walking. While look casually, just not glancing because he actually knows the rules here, and he's just at the other group. He doesn't know them, right?
You don't, but
Okay, perfect.
as you start walking through, there is a slam of the doors as the doors burst open and then quickly get closed behind a man who is slightly drenched in sweat and has obviously been running, as his back is now against the closed doors. Dr. Desmond Leech has arrived, and the guards probably not too far behind.
And by just looking at Desmond and Terhuk, just noticed that something is clearly off.
Hey, Crow, I sent you a message.
All right.
Specifically more about the names now, though that's how I do.
And I suppose just before this would be happening, I'd be sliding up to Azrik. Paid for my drink? It's mighty kind of you. I'll slip into the seat next to him.
Paying for your drink wasn't an invitation, but
And
I'm
what,
going to
pray
put my
tell, was
cloak
it?
back up.
Hmm?
I'm putting my cloak back up so you can't see my eyes.
I do not clock this at all.
Fair enough. You guys do, as the doors slam, start hearing some murmurs of speeches. A couple people in the tavern go, "Why is the doc here?" And the man behind the bar goes, "You ain't scheduled to be here until later this week, Doc."
Need to make some quick money, Godric. Seems my time is rather shorter than I thought I'd be in this city. As he starts to approach the bar, going around this man that just sang there randomly.
He is standing there randomly. He just looks at the
Terhuk.
so-called dock.
You know this man. This is a man known as Doc Leech. He is a healer of sorts for the right price. You've heard whispers of his work in the slums, and with how closely your order has worked with the Gilded Blades in the past, you know that there was supposed to be a raid on his establishment in the near future. Must have happened a little bit sooner than expected.
Yeah, upon seeing this, Terhuk is going to try his best to get far away from this man as possible and will go to the other side of the room. Not near the bar. Because he basically does not want anything to do with that because he has missions complete. And basically, so he's going to go over here and he's going to interrupt these fine gentlemen. Greetings. Sorry for interrupting. You mind if I join you?
Well, we've already been graced by a rabbit, I guess, but
I see. Well,
I kind of glance over at Sai. I'm just like, looks like our conversation will have to wait for a little bit later.
Oh,
She's just going to nod silently.
see, I interrupted something. Well,
You
my
wasn't the
apologies.
first, but it
But-
seems like the rest of this place is about to get a little bit more interesting.
You're acting all types today, ain't you?
Seems so. And he's gonna look at the dock before looking back at the group. And here I thought this day was gonna be a bit more easier, but apparently not.
Friend of yours? Seems to be in a
Not-
bit of trouble the way that he rushed in here.
Well, if worst comes to worst, I would do my best to assist. To make sure no innocents get hurt here. But nay,
Oh, the noble type.
You know where you're at, right?
oh I do. Which is why I think this is gonna turn ugly.
Right.
Quite quickly.
I was more making the comment of, I don't know how many people in here are quite innocent.
Oh, that is true. But until they've done something worth being not innocent about, then it's my duty to protect them at least. Or at least that is how it goes, I think. And he's just gonna stare at the other people and basically just where commotion is, just keep an eye on that commotion while pretending to, well, not pretending, but actually speaking with the others, but being aware of his surroundings.
At this point, I'll assume I reached the bar.
Yep.
Wait, Godric, why is everyone looking at that merry band over there as if they owe him a drink?
One of them dropped a whole gold piece for a 6 copper grog and then started paying off other people's drinks, and they all just started congregating back there. Really can't tell you too much, but the glances are warranted.
So you're saying he has a hole to burn in his wallet, and he's new here.
Seems that's the case.
Maybe I found my next target. May I should go introduce myself. I need to find a way out of here. And he seems like the type that may have a boat.
Would I be hearing this?
Would
I'm
I
not
be hearing
talking
this?
about at all.
It's
more like leaving it on.
it's a pretty raucous tavern space, and Desmond is well versed in keeping to himself. I would say that you don't necessarily hear that. You can definitely roll a perception check if you would like.
Would I have at least caught the 6 copper bit?
Yeah,
Perception check.
roll a perception
Or-
check for me.
First
Not
roll,
like I
let's
have
go.
super hearing by any means.
Can
Start off
I
well.
roll, like,
9.
Stealth for that?
Yeah, roll sleight of voice.
Was my hand?
Yeah, sleight of hand. 18. You guys do not catch the conversation
Right. Well,
I'm gonna kind of like motion for like a drink and like drop the copper on the table on the counter.
Yeah, he pours you a grog. Oh, wait,
I'm gonna walk by.
before you get going, are you bringing company?
Oh, you know, the usual.
The
Whenever I'm
doors,
here,
the
it's
doors
fine.
slam open as 3 guards walk in.
Oh, damn it,
Gotta make
Doc.
my stuff scarce.
I swear to God. Last time you said this was the last time.
Fine. I'll throw him a gold piece. I'm sure your furniture will be a bit busted, worse for wear. Don't worry. I'm sure it'll be fine. As I walk by, I'm gonna see Amelia. Wink. Oi. Good night, isn't it?
Please don't talk to me.
The ribbon treatment.
Yeah, but Desmond doesn't really care.
And then comes another one.
Yeah,
Thanks for
these ones. I have more of a proposition.
Unless your
Wait.
proposition comes with a boat.
Here I was assuming you being on moneybags in this type of establishment. I thought you would be a captain of your own, looking to hire.
Just because I'm willing to make sure somebody doesn't get screwed over by a tavern, doesn't mean that I'm filled with money. Just making sure that people that shouldn't be in these establishments are not just completely screwed.
So, the well-wisher doesn't really answer my question though. Do you happen to have a ship?
No.
I was hoping that someone you would.
So you're a captain then?
And the flame like snaps from my hand as the word captain leaves his lips. Not yet.
Oh,
Ooh,
Yet you say.
setting your sights high.
One can't venture off into greatness without setting goals, aspirations. Spent long enough working on a ship. Time for me to have my own.
Aye, cheers to that. And I'll take a swig from my tankard of grog and immediately regret it.
It's not good.
oof.
At this point, a fight ensues at the entrance, of which these 3 guards handily get removed from the premises. Godric comes back in.
Tell you, Captain, this is not territory for the guards.
Kind of wipes his hands on his pants, wiping off the blood.
Doc, you owe me.
He goes
The
back
best,
to the bar.
Roderick.
At least no issues. Well, too big at least.
I helped him out once. We became friends afterwards. Friends being very loose. He offered me a part-time job here, patching up some of the more lively patrons of his tavern. Very symbiotic.
So that's what you call friendship here. Interesting.
Well, he's not stabbing me in the back.
Fair enough.
Much like someone else who walked by and decided to go to the other side of the tavern, as he stares at the rather uncomfortable-looking man that walked right past him.
I just don't want any trouble. And I've heard your name. Though whether it's good or ill, I've yet to determine that.
Regardless, do you have any plans of leaving, let's say, soon?
I don't have plans to stay in Al-Hajjad any longer than it takes. That means commandeering? I won't say it's beneath my ideals.
Aha. So you are interested. Would you say to having a fine gentleman accompanying you? Accidents happen at sea. Can never go without a physician. And I'd give you a discount, as seeing as how I'm kind of in a pinch myself.
You want me to pay you to be a physician on a ship when the ship itself will be taking you away from here, and then I will also be happening to protect your hide the entire time. I think that's enough of a proposition.
You didn't share my conditions yet. I don't need payment. I'm sure we'll come across very good payments as it comes through. Only thing I require is you do not hinder my business. In the case of a tussle, I tend to like to sell off insurance, and it's a very profitable business. If you like to, I don't know, say, rough some people up for me, and I come in on the back end, I wouldn't mind splitting profits.
Wrap some people up so you can heal them and get paid for it.
Mighty fine position, isn't it?
I mean, depends what kind of information you have to offer on your behalf.
How quiet are you guys being?
Pretty quiet. I mean,
Like,
no,
just
I mean,
yelling
he's at the end of the table, so.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be like loud, but I am still trying to get out of here.
And I'm fairly familiar with pirate taverns, so I already know people are fucking listening.
Yeah, so I'm like leaned over the table at this point.
10-4.
I feel like the other three don't really mean much to me if they're not going to help me. And they all look a little too nice for what I'm trying to do.
You can't even see Sai's face right now.
Yeah, but you're hiding away in a corner. Like, the literal corner of the tavern. You can't be that much of a threat.
At this point, one of the patrons gets up. There's a loud scooch of a stool as he begins approaching this probably 6'3" mottled bronze-skinned dragonborn begins to approach and kind of leans against this pillar.
As he starts to approach, I stand up.
Okay.
3's a company, 4's a crowd, and I don't have a word for a 5th one, so. You got something for us as well.
Well, I just heard you might be in the market.
Perhaps.
Do I know this
What-
man?
Roll history check. Do an 18. Okay. Yes, this is Thornus Velto. He's a well-known smuggler around these parts.
Have I ever helped you?
Have you ever helped him? No, you have not.
A smuggler?
Yes, a smuggler.
What kind of smuggler?
Do you ask?
No.
And so, is it just I've heard of him, or have I ever talked to him?
I don't know. You probably necessarily haven't had a reason to talk to him, but he favors this tavern a lot, and his goods are well known for being quite cheap.
We may be in the market, depending on what you have, I guess.
Maybe in the market, depending on what I have, you might guess. Well, I mean, I might be able to slide something your way for a bit of a price.
I'm pretty sure everybody in this tavern's willing to slide something my way for a bit of a price.
Well,
Maybe new here, but I'm not new to anything like this.
I heard you want to be a captain. Is this
It's a little bit-
true?
a bit too loud.
And what of it?
Well, Captain without a ship, that's not much of nothing, is it?
You
Oh,
have your fair points.
A captain with a ship, you could conquer the waves. You can make a name for yourself instead of sitting in this dingy bar.
Well, no, but I
How
do
much
need a
would
ship
this-
myself.
And how much of this information would cost?
Well, I'd say you drop me 25 gold pieces, and then if you like the information, maybe another 25 after I give it to you. Seems like a pretty even keel for how good this deal could be.
It depends. I've got questions first.
Right, go ahead, I'm ready. And he kind of adjusts his coat and stands a little bit straighter up. Go ahead, I'm ready. Question away.
Does this boat come with a fight? And if so, how much heat is it going to actually bring?
Does this ship come with a fight? Well, I feel like everything worthwhile in the world comes with a fight, right?
That's not what I mean. I mean that are we going up against seasoned pirates to where we're all going to end up dead? Because at that point, there's no point in us even buying the information if we're never going to make it out alive.
I'd say your chances of coming out on top are 80%.
I like those odds. And I kind of look over at Sai at this point, and then like look back at him. Like, I don't plan on making a deal of that cost in here, however. Too many prying eyes. As I kind of look at a lot of people still glancing at us.
So we got a deal then?
I'd
25
say
gold up
so.
front.
I'd say yes at this point.
Right, hand it over and I'll give you the information. Too sweet.
Mm.
Like I said, I'd rather not pull that kind of gold out in here.
Oh, don't worry about these scum. These lads ain't never gonna do anything to you. I make sure of that.
So I pull out 25 gold pieces.
Right, that's the way.
Mm.
Oh boy.
Alrighty then. On to the story. They say there's been whispers. And these whispers come from very astute sources, I'd say. If you catch my drift. As a caravan, been anchored in the mid docks for a month now. Sail still furled, not a soul aboard. Though, I will say, has been a group of pirates who've claimed it as their own. Been trying to sell it to anyone who'll listen. Ah, them little gutter rats even got a deed scribbled in crayon, if you will.
At that moment, do I like recognize who he's talking about? Like, is it them?
You have an inkling. And then he goes, they call themselves the Scary Boots Gang. Most ruthless pirates on the dock, they say. But, looking at you, I'd say if you couldn't take them, I'd be embarrassed for you.
The Scary Boots Gang?
Right?
What kind of pirates would call themselves the Scary Boots Gang?
According to the captain, the mightiest pirates on on the entire docks of Al-Hajjad.
I'd like to insight check this motherfucker.
Go ahead. 18.
18.
Okay.
Like, is he? It's more like is this guy being fucking sarcastic kind of shit?
He's being heavily sarcastic.
Oh my god. Dear Molthal.
But look, they says that they'll part with the ship for a hefty treasure. But I'm betting if you offer them bread, they might start negotiating down, right, lads?
Oh, what a waste of 25 gold pieces.
At this point, it sounds like we're dealing with fucking children.
Not too far off there, mate.
Does Terhuk know about the gang as well, or
Yeah, you are aware of the Scary Boots gang. They've had a couple of run-ins with the law.
At this point, I probably could have asked anybody and they could have given me information about a group of children pirates that have a fucking ship.
Well,
Huh?
rumors come at a cost, and the cost happened to be 25 gold this time.
As he kind of flips the coin and...
You're looking for any more rumors? My pockets are still a little light. I'd be willing to take whatever else you're willing to offer.
25 gold's the most you're going to get from me today.
Right, very well.
That
We
wasn't very
swindled
nice.
in another tavern across the sea. Can't say it's my
starting to see-
first, definitely won't be the last.
Starting to see why you don't
Hey.
like people getting swindled. The swindling type,
Doc-
are you?
Doctor, is it?
Sure.
You couldn't have opened your mouth a little bit sooner.
You haven't hired me yet. I was in the middle of waiting for you to accept my deal, but thought you were a little more quick-witted, I thought. What do you say now? Could use a local round, seeing as how you've already paid 25 gold for information most of us know.
Well, the one in armor already said he was looking for a ship. I don't know about the bunny boy, and me and her are together as a pair. For now. I guess we need a doctor. All we need now is a musician and a fucking cook, I guess. Fuck. As I kind of like brush
musician,
myself
aye?
off and finish off my grog. Oh
Good for a
God,
musician.
of course he's a musician.
Well, you are offering.
Now, I'll say it's not what I'd advertise as my forefront talents, but well, I've dabbled. I'm pretty good.
Dabbled in the music, have you?
Could
Oh,
you
a
perhaps-
bard!
Among other
Godric!
things.
We've got us a
Oh.
bard over here!
Oh, Christ.
Right, I should have figured.
Oh no.
Didn't seem too bright, as it were. Well, that's it. Sing us a song, lad. You get us all waiting now.
At this point,
A cappella like.
Desmond's gonna come over here and he's just gonna grab this seat, kick it up, and look at the bar. And start drinking his drink.
So he's evil. I'll keep that in mind.
I wouldn't say evil. I like entertainment. And this is the best kind. Free.
Oh, this isn't free. Time is money, Doctor.
Oi, the longer we're here, the more likely I am to make money. Brawls happen here. Hour.
Except the longer we're here, the longer we're stuck in Al-Hajjad. And
One song.
I step up beside Darian and put my hand on his shoulder. Fortunately, you've kind of stepped your way into this, but give you a little song and dance as we exit. Kind of walk past.
Captain, do you mind if I join you? I would prefer to be on a ship.
We could always use a little bit more muscles. Sails don't furl themselves.
Money needs to be collected.
I appreciate that, Captain.
Doctor, let's move. Come on,
Yeah.
rabbits.
Ah, Christ. As long as I'm out of here.
Start singing on your way, or we're gonna have a band following us.
I will, as I am strolling through the tavern, I suppose, I'm going to, I don't have any instruments with me. I'm just going to try and start to get a sea shanty I know up and going.
Okay.
I guess.
There's laughter and
Performance check.
cheers and
Performance check.
Yeah, go ahead and roll performance check for me.
Fuck.
Oh no.
That seems about right.
So okay, I'm very clearly incredibly impatient. The tempo very steadily but very noticeably just gets faster and faster and faster. He's clearly not trying.
Clearly.
Sai is stopping at the bar to talk to the bartender for a second.
Which one, the male
lady
or the
at the bar
female?
doesn't matter. The female, I guess, since she hasn't gotten to speak much.
Okay. Can I help you?
Oh, yes, Mom. I was wondering if in your, time, lately you've heard of anyone selling a ship or ships abandoned or shipwrecks. If you have any information on anything like that.
I mean, I hear the Scary Boots Gang has a ship, but not sure how reliable that deed's going to be.
Desmond's gonna laugh at hearing this.
I'm sure that's probably going to be a paper boat, judging by, it's the Scary Boots Gang.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Really?
It's probably a real ship. Whether or not they actually own it, that's the questionable part. But from what they say, it's been docked for over a month, so whoever's ship it is, they don't seem too worried about it at the moment. But I'm sure that'll change if it disappears.
Just one more question, ma'am. Have you heard of any shipwrecks lately? Have any sailors come in from anything like that?
Few people came in not too long ago, said that this ship was gunned down by one of the Black Tide's vessels. Says he's looking for one of his lost crows. Said he knows too much and wants to get him back under his wing.
Did he happen to put a bounty out?
No bounty I've heard of. The Black Tide likes to get his own hands dirty.
Right. I'll keep an ear out. Thank you so much. And she's going to slide 10 silver pieces to the barkeep and walk out.
Thank you kindly.
Sai learned a lot on that ship. That may not have been hogwash altogether, Sai is going to say to Azrik.
But still, we did lose 25 gold.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
And
I
as
don't
Desmond's
know.
like passing by, he's gonna like drop his cup off with Godric. Alright, Godric. All goes well. You won't see me for a while. Tell Millie I'm sorry about that bout with her sister. As he kind of just waves out.
Right, take it easy, and remember you owe me one. Next time I see your face in here, I'm gonna call it up.
He'll just wave.
As you guys disembark from the drowned sailor, what is your heading?
As we would be leaving, I would be asking the doctor about the Scary Boots Gang.
You know, only heard rumors of them. But if there's anything I've heard of, there not going to be much to worry about. Just, one of them has a penchant for explosions.
A penchant for explosions, you say?
Rather miscreant fellows.
Do you know where to find them?
Oh, right, of course. Yes. I'd assume I know where I'd find them, right?
From what it sounds like, they're holed up on a abandoned ship in the mid docks.
Perfect. I'd start taking us there in a hurry.
Alrighty.
Let's
Hold on. Before we're off anywhere in too big a hurry, we scarce know each other's names.
Is that important?
Yes.
For the rabbit, it seems so. And I do
Rabbit?
appreciate.
All in
Azrik.
due time. All in due time. That's the easiest I can say now. We have a walk.
Christ, we can do better than to... What am I to call you?
We're gonna have months at sea together. And this is when you want to worry about it? God, your priorities are shite.
Call me Azrik. As I walk out the door.
We can walk in...
You can walk and talk, bunny.
Yes! And it's Darian!
Right.
Alright, Darian.
Where is... Boom. Okay, so... You guys are just heading straight to the mid docks?
I'm gonna assume I'm already prepared to leave at this point. I'd have everything I need.
Yeah, same with Terhuk.
Like, unless you're saying
Sai'Idar
otherwise.
Darian.
He's looking for.
Because how you described me when I came in was I had everything already packed on my back.
Yep.
Sai is going to say to Darian, it's best not to give your name unless you're exchanging coin, or unless you're sure someone's going to be around. A name is a powerful thing to have. And then she's going to follow after Azrik.
Right. So what do I call you then?
Hey. It works. I'll figure it out.
You... Alright.
Hey.
Exasperated.
Girl, she, you. I'll put it together, I
Wedge.
promise.
It'll be alright.
I'm so impressed. So impressed. Ah.
Don't worry. I've already taken the bunny bars for you.
Apes.
It's fairly easy if you think about it.
Valkyrie.
Doctor, captain,
Thank you very much.
bodyguard, cloak,
Ew.
and the man over there.
Man over there. Good drink to it.
Okay. So as you all are getting acquainted, I guess is what we'll say. The midday sun still blazing high as you all follow the wide, crowded docked path leading towards the mid docks, a slightly quieter stretch of Al-Hajjad sprawling port. Here, most ships are either undergoing repairs or waiting on delayed permits, left to gently bob in the sea-laced breeze. No levels on barge yet, by the way. Good to know. Amidst this area, one vessel stands out, a sturdy caravel with sun-faded paint and patched sails, docked with no crew in sight. Though hanging loosely from its stern, a crooked wooden sign has been crudely nailed across the nameplate. And it reads, "The Star of the Scary Boots Gang," painted in chipped blue with a child's messy flourish. A plank fashioned from stacked crates leads up to the deck. Lanterns made of scrap metal and colored glass bottles dangle from ropes strung between the rails. Bits of chalk drawings mark trap zone and pirate battle stations across the dock. The real giveaway is the cluster of urchin-sized pirates in mismatched garb patrolling the deck and the area around the dock, like it's the deck of the Howling Tempest itself. There are 7 children in all, each dressed in overly dramatic pirate ensemble, one wearing a scarf as a cape, another has an eye patch clearly drawn on with charcoal. And at the bow, you see a small, can't be older than maybe 5-year-old green dragonborn with a hastily kind of put together and repaired oversized tricorn hat, standing tall and proud, waving around what seems to be some sort of like sparkler or firework of some sort. And I can pull you guys over here. There we go. Get you all queued up here.
Well, this is the ship then.
And the ship is real, at least.
And we're to make it ours.
It's always been ours, just hasn't been laid claim to.
Just
May
no
want to do
killing
that.
any children.
As you guys are approaching, you hear, "Halt! State your name, your business, and whether you bring tribute, challenge, or snack provisions." As you see some of the other children start to draw wooden weapons, except one who is currently waving around a sparkler and tosses a piece of bread that doesn't quite make it to the dock and falls in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Drawing swords already.
Aye, you come into Scary Beats territory here. That's the last mistake you'd ever make if you ain't bring no tribute.
Tribute?
Thank God for thinking ahead.
Ah, ye heard me. I said tribute.
Running across the boat, and then with an impressive leap, jumping onto the dock behind you as he begins to approach.
Captain, I think they look like buyers. Or maybe treasure hunters. Or maybe snack merchants. Or maybe royally thieves.
Maybe
Aye.
none of the above.
Any number of these could be true, or none of them.
As a tiefling boy starts to roam around.
Nah, they're clearly adventurers. Statistically, adventurers always need ships, and crews, and navigators, and quartermasters.
You see,
Feel it in.
running across one of the ropes that they have attached to the ship and onto a tree, a little peculiar girl, not one that you guys are too familiar with as her race, but she looks like a spider monkey almost. And she kind of crouches and hisses like a jungle cat before scampering up and vanishing into the leaves of the tree.
Charming lot, aren't they?
There's something. One
Well-
of these days they might actually make a group of pirates worth their salt.
Right, so
Well,
start your business already.
Well,
Not even time to exchange pleasantries, eh? If we're to do business, we'd at least know your names,
Ah,
right?
So you're here to do business then? Oh, you come to the right crew. I'm Captain Z, ruler of the mid-docks and claimant to the star of the Scary Boots gang, most feared ship this side of the sea.
Sai stifles a laugh.
And Terhuk just gives them just a small smile.
Captain Z, was it?
That's right. And the Riley one behind you, that's my best mate, Harrow.
What are you looking for this ship?
Ah, so you come for the ship, have you?
The ship that is most likely not yours, yes.
Oh, she's definitely ours. You can even see our names on there. We even named it. Got the deed and everything, and yes, you'd guess it, she's for sale, but only to those worthy, or the generous, perhaps. She whips out a rolled piece of parchment sealed in candle wax and tied with a ribbon. And as she unrolls it, you see in big letters, OFFISHAL, deed. And then it says below that, for sale, 1, WON, haunted pirate ship, price 10,000 shinies, or snacks, or a really cool sword, signed Captain Z.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
Well,
What about a couple of daggers instead of a sword?
don't give children daggers.
Look, it's a smart lesson. They hurt
Oh.
themselves, they'll learn from it.
What if they
Or-
hurt
And I can
someone
charge them money.
And then the doctor can charge them money. Or, hear me out. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is they hurt somebody else and then they all die.
Or we grab her and throw them in the ocean and see if they swim.
I'd rather not hurt children.
Look, they're kids.
You see another young girl, taller than the rest of the crew, as she approaches with a large wooden scimitar.
Oh, you just say you're going to throw us in the water? That's no way to do business.
He was
He-
joking.
He's not smart.
No. Well, it's hard to do negotiations over an empty stomach. I've got some snacks with me if you'd like to share them.
We'd be happy to observe your tribunal.
Oh, come, gather around. There's plenty for everyone. And she's going to pull a half loaf of elvish bread, honey elvish bread.
The moment you pull it out, you feel a tug on your clothing as you see this probably 3.5 foot tall little monkey girl. As she just looks up and goes, "Guys, a snack?"
Well, everybody come and I'll share.
And can we put the swords away, please?
They're here for our own protection. I wouldn't be
They have
blinking any eyes if you had your weapons drawn either.
they have a right to protect themselves.
I don't think you want me to draw my weapon.
Well,
Alright,
we-
Scary Boots gang, everyone that's hungry, come here.
somebody go get Rafi! You see another young boy who runs onto the deck of the ship and grabs the little dragonborn and start making their way over.
That is very, very kind of you. And he
Sai's
tells,
going to start.
Sai.
Sai's going to start passing out the bread as she gives the biggest piece to the captain and doles everything out. I've also got some beef jerky if you want it, if any of you are more carnivorous. She says, looking at the tiny dragonborn.
He's blowing bubbles.
He's so cute.
Captain Z goes,
Wait! Don't start eating it yet. They could be poison rations. These are enemy pirates. We gotta be careful, because nobody's called a parlay yet.
That's so smart. As Sai takes out from that very same loaf and starts eating her nibble off of it.
But Captain, she's eating the bread too! Captain Z goes, "It could be a trick. She could be immune to poison. Maybe she's a snake lady."
A snake lady. Well, I'll take a bite of all of your bread. Here, I'll even give it to him. And she's just gonna hand Terhuk because he's the closest a piece of the bread.
Oh, all right. And he's gonna take a bite too.
Captain Z takes a trepidatious bite, and as she does, you see like a smirk and smile start to creep across her face. And then she quickly holds it in.
I had better, but it's not bad for tribute this time. I'd accept your parlay if you'd like to talk about overall pricing of this here vessel.
Well, I'm first mate to our Captain Azrik, so I'll have to pass that captain to Captain. Azrik?
I suppose there's a few things that we might be able to offer. But I'll have you know, it's possibly cursed.
Please, I wear the cursed garments of the Black Tide himself. That's where I got this coat. It used to belong to him, but I ripped it from his corpse before he came back alive and started doing his pirate stuff again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a pretty powerful warrior myself, but I ain't getting my hands dirty with the likes of you.
Oh. Bad thing is I really don't have anything to offer these little guys.
I mean,
And we double-crossed them.
you can fucking whatever you want to do.
Just think about
You wanted to give them that?
Oi, Bunny Boy. Why not sing them a tune with their meal? You seemed to
Oh,
like it the
please.
last time.
Not that again.
What? Generous and all, right?
Now, I've not got a tune, but I think I've got a story.
A story? We don't care much for stories. We make our own legends, like the time we sailed clear across Granheim to go and find a buried treasure, and then we brought it back, and then we sold it all, and then we got these magic swords that could cut through steel like it was a papaya.
Captain
Yeah.
Z, if I may, don't pirates also deal in information? And what are stories but information?
I'm gonna.
Come on. Don't think of it as so transactionally. Stories are more than just information.
Darian,
Is
Captain,
there
now
any
is not
like?
the time to teach children the arts.
Is there any like small rocks, like pebbles or anything like close by?
I mean,
seashells.
yeah, there's errant debris.
Out
I'm,
of
I'm gonna grab a couple pebbles off the ground real quick.
Okay. Captain Z draws her wooden scimitar. Goes,
All right, Mr. Bunny. Show us a tale, and if it's good enough, you might leave here with your life.
Here, how about you take 2 of these real quick? I'm gonna step up and put two stones in her hand, 2 rocks, 2 pebbles out of the 3 that I grabbed. I did cast magic stone.
okay. Were you trying to do it subtly?
No. Like it is completely fine that they have realized that I have cast this.
Okay,
Now,
cool.
I will say, before I hand these to you, they have been imbued with my magic. And I'll show you how they work And this will give you 2 magic stones that you will be able to do the exact same thing that I'm about to do.
All right. Well, I should warn you.
Only as a deal for the ship, though. I will not give my magic away lightly.
I'll warn you. We have magic of our own. Tell him, Rovi. And she kind of taps the dragonborn kind of roughly on the back as he burps and a plume of poison gas begins flowing out of his mouth. Not a lot, but like it kind of seeps around his jaw as he's munching on the bread. You see, we got our very own spellcaster right here.
I'm gonna take one of the magic stones, and I'm just gonna launch it at one of the fucking crates over here.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Do I just click the magic stone button? What does that do?
22.
22.
That's definitely going to hit the crate.
For 6.
It demolishes the crate. Whoa. That's a strong stone.
And like I said, you'll be able to do it too. 2 stones for a ship, and you could, I mean, these would definitely be worth your while, because, I mean, think about it. You now have something even more effective than your wooden swords.
Go ahead and roll a, I'm going to say deception check for this.
I mean, I'm not deceiving them. It's better than their wooden swords.
Yeah.
21.
But it also is a spell that lasts a minute.
21.
Okay, so let's see. I'm only gonna have 2 of them roll because only 2 of them are smart enough to know anything about this. Ba-da-ba-da. Alright. Well, I'll tell you this much. Your stones piqued my interest, and I might be willing to make a deal with you, but how about we sweeten the bargain with more snacks and that story that we was promised?
Now we're asking for a lot. How about the stones, the snacks, and I've got a mirror.
Now,
or
worth saying,
I've got
that
some
story's-
manacles. You could hold a prisoner.
the story's still on the table. I'm
What'd you
just saying.
What'd you say about a prisoner?
I said I have a pair of manacles.
So you're offering up one of you as a prisoner, eh? That sounds like a
No.
fairly good bargain.
No, I'm not offering up one of us as a prisoner.
Right. How about this? We sign it off with 2 magic rocks and snacks, all the snacks that we can eat, and a story and the manacles.
We're asking for an awful lot when we're in a hurry.
I mean, she's a mighty fine vessel. I feel like she's worth that much. Or, equal trade, we could take 10,000 gold.
And you hear behind her the young halfling boy go,
You can't count that high, Z. Shh, they don't know that. What's it gonna be? Captain to captain for this parlay.
Oh. The rocks. Yes, the snacks fine. The story's gonna take far too long for us to stand here and listen to Darian dwindle on, let's be honest, and I can't tell you whether it's going to be information that you're actually going to even want. Because I don't know what story he's going to tell.
Right.
The manacles, I don't care. You can have them. We're in a hurry. And unfortunately, for you, at least, he can't count to 10,000. We completely heard him. But I got this, and I'm actually gonna pull out 5 gold pieces. But I've got this. And this is as close to 10,000 as you're going to get.
Fine, but also, what about the daggers that you was talking about?
I toss both daggers down on the ground in front of me. I don't
Alright.
need them.
Looks like we got a deal. We got, wait, how much is that? It's 5 gold pieces, Captain. Right, 5 gold, 2 shiny rocks, and then also the daggers, and no story, and all the snacks that we can eat, and...
All right. I can't offer the story right now. However, I can offer you a tip about the circus that's just come into town.
We ain't got enough monies to go to the circus, and the sister...
You do now with the 5 gold.
The sister at the orphanage says that we got to conserve what we have so that we can eat on a regular basis. So that's why we're selling this ship, so we can help out the orphanage.
Now hold on. The tip I offer, it'll get you into that circus for free.
Wait, are
Does that
you
sound-
serious? Are you just yanking our chains that we can get into the circus for free? That sounds like poppycock.
I promise you, it's not as hard as you think.
All
But hey,
right.
do we have a deal?
Sounds like we got a right deal. So, and she unscrolls the deed. She says, "All right, you just sign right here, Captain. What's your name?"
Azrik.
All right, Captain Rick. You sign here, and then I'll sign here, relinquishing control of this vessel, and she's all yours once all required payment has been delivered.
Right.
Smart kids.
Smart kids.
Do you sign the deed?
Yes.
Einstein.
So after handing over the snacks and the 5 gold and the daggers and the magic rocks, she hands over the scroll deed to the star of the Scary Boots gang, over to Captain Rick, as she has referred to you.
Right, pleasure doing business. Now, how do we get to this circus?
All right. Come here. Listen close. See, the circus is situated on the northern edge of town, yes?
Oh, I
Right
don't
on the
know which
very-
way's north.
It's that way. And I'll point towards north.
And as you point
Which
towards
I know-
north, as you point towards north, the little halfling boy also points the opposite direction of you and says that way's north at the same time.
Right. Well, the circus is situated that way. On the east side, which is, and I'm going to point towards where the eastern side would be.
And the halfling Mosey points in an errant direction that is not the same as yours. Goes, "Yep, that's east."
On that side of the camp, there's a tent that the actors use to they use it to put on their costumes. put on their grammars and whatnot. If you're sneaky, you can get in. And that tent leads to where the performers perform. Now, under no circumstances are you to go onto the stage. Because you'll get caught immediately. And you don't want that. However, if you go beneath the stands and you're real quiet, you can listen and you can watch to the players perform. And if you're just as sneaky, you'll get out with no one being the wiser.
Right then. Scary Boots Gang, gather round! We have a new mission. An information mission. Where we will go in and sneak into the circus and rob them of all the... Did you say grammars or glamours? We're gonna steal their shinies! And then we're gonna watch them dance around on a stage! And then we're gonna take it over in the name of the Scary Boots Gang!
Better hurry quick.
They
Better
start.
hit fire before they start.
They start moving off before they leave.
And you understand? You understand? You didn't hear this from me.
Right!
We never met.
If we get caught, which we most definitely assuredly could not even fathom to believe that we would ever be caught, tell them the bunny boy told us where to go.
I'm just gonna start shaking my head. Shaking my head, no, but inside,
The,
I have my own feelings on that matter.
the taller, rough and tumble girl goes, "Y'all's got off lucky today that we didn't have to fight in earnest, or else you'd be lying as stains on the docks." She then shoves some bread in her mouth and begins following off. The monkey girl goes, "Thanks for the snacks."
Oh my god, she's so cute!
And the little green dragonborn goes, "You want to have some jerky?"
Sai will squat down and hand him a fistful of jerky.
And he hands you a sparkler.
There you go.
Uh,
This is for
Sai is
you.
going... Thank you. Sai is going to take 2 days worth of her rations and give it to the little monkey girl.
Okay.
Just for later.
Thanks, missus. Have fun sailing the seas.
Be
Was
safe.
The Scary
Take care
Boots
of each
gang.
other.
As the Scary Boots gang disappears into the city streets, heading to infiltrate a circus.
That's so sad. They're such young children.
Feels very. I don't know. It felt kind of wrong in a way.
I mean, odds are the ship is either docked and waiting for its crew to return, or it's stolen itself, so we should probably get going.
That is true.
Okay.
I wouldn't worry too much about those kids.
Well, you did give them the right directions, though they did not get the directions completely accurate.
I'm sure they can find the...
As long as they find their way, they'll be fine. I'm sure of it.
If they find their way.
You all are not very used to talking to children, are you?
You all are some of the weirdest pirates I've ever met.
I ain't got time for this, and neither do any of us.
Wisdom.
Somebody start weighing the anchor. We gotta stop cutting loose these ropes, and we gotta end up pushing this thing out of here. Somebody get some paddles. All right, all hands.
Aye, aye, Captain.
With
Oh,
enthusiastic aye, Captain.
Cutting loose the rope. Jesus.
Ooh. Scurry, 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 scurry.
where is that at? Oh, there we go. Okay, and with that, we are going to take a short break. We're at just about the 2-hour mark. And as we do, I want to talk about some things right before we go to the break. Just making sure that Sin, Luca, and Rocky, do you have the thing I sent you a few days back?
I do.
Alrighty then. So, hey, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Vecna. So I'm the game master here on Critfire Gamings, or Critfire Games. I just want to take this moment to talk about the character art that we have. The character art for all of our characters, including my overlay art here, was done by an incredible artist known as D1. And you can find their work on Etsy at the D14D store. And that's D, the number 1, the number 4, and then D store, all one word. I can't say enough good things about how they've managed to turn our requests into exactly what we were looking for. And they are just incredibly easy to work with. And if you want something like that for your own games, whether you're a D&D fanatic, an RPG lover, or just have a cool idea for an original character, please go to the D14D store. You can find them at www.etsy.com/shop/D14D store. They're super easy to work with, incredibly fast, and can bring whatever visions you have to life with an amazing eye for detail. But just don't take my word for it. Let's hear from the players, so we can go with Sin first.
I can't even find what you wrote out. No, I will say that, I mean, they turned around the art commissions not only very, very quickly for them being, I mean, kind of overburdened by all of our art, including extra characters that we had behind the scene in the group itself. But I mean, the D140 art, I mean, it took a very rough explanation and made the artwork that some of us had, and it definitely is. It's absolutely amazing. All the way from the shit explanations that I came up with to actually bringing my character to life. So definitely support them.
And Luca.
Well, dang, I'm just gonna use the one that's written out.
He sent it to me too right away, and I was like, yeah, I'm not reading that.
First of all, I agree with Sid and his description, because I also did a piss poor job of kind of coming up with like my own character idea. But what we have here is the truth. So from the voice of Sai, I spent most of my time conversing with the dearly departed. So let me tell you, it takes a special artist to make me look this lively. D1's portrait had me thinking, whoa, that's me if I had a normal sleep schedule. Jokes aside, they truly nailed my character's vibe. That perfect balance of piety and I might just poison you in your sleep. A+ job.
And then Rocky.
Well, he really did brought Terhuk to life, and I do appreciate their their efforts in making Terhuk the way that he is portrayed in the game. And I didn't really think I gave him the perfect description, and they managed to bring it to life perfectly, and I do appreciate that. As for Terhuk himself, he has his own words to say. I swear an oath to vanquish the enemies of my past, and trust me, I've never looked so heroic while doing it. D1's art made Terhuk look ready to smite bad guys and steal hearts. Honestly, it's worth every coin, especially if it distracts the big baddies long enough for me to land a critical hit. Love it.
And there you have it. So if you want character art that's just bursting with personality, and you want to work with someone who's got tons of experience, a great eye for detail, and amazing talent, please go check out the D14D store on Etsy and tell them that Critfire Games sent you. Huge thanks to D1 for making our party look so great. And with that, let's go ahead and take a 5 to 10 minute break. We'll kind of gauge it out. But yeah, thanks for watching so far, everybody. And welcome back, everybody. Right, so as you can see on our screen here, they have a boat now. It's not the most elaborate ship by any means, but it sails. As of the moment, they are still docked in the port, but as we heard before the break, they already started preparing to set sail. So, to answer the question that was just asked that nobody on stream heard, there is no crow's nest. This caravel is not equipped with a crow's nest.
Got it.
So your lookout points would be the front of the ship, or the rear of the ship, or the side of the ship, or the other side of the ship, because there is no crow's nest. Or you can climb up on the rigging and stuff if you wanted to. Also, yeah. So, as you all prepare to set sail, what is everybody doing? Does anybody here know how to sail a ship?
I mean, I know that I know how to sail a ship. I don't know if I should say that I'm probably the only one that knows how to sail a ship, because I don't know about everybody else's, but I would know how to sail a ship.
Darian does not.
Yeah, I just assume I know
Sino-
something about it.
Asai knows enough to be helpful.
And Terhuk has never been on a ship this big, so.
Oh boy.
We're gonna just crash the ship. We took the ship.
Azrik, did we find the real deed in the captain's quarters of the ship?
Haven't even made it quite that far.
Oh, so we're on an open water with strangers?
We're still at port, right?
You guys are still at port, currently.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, I thought we already cut the ropes and everything. And we're trying to.
You were told to loose the ropes and everything like that, but nobody knows what that means.
Except
that was
Pi.
They would have seen me taking the ropes off, though.
Yeah, I thought I released the ropes earlier.
And I told people to find paddles to get this thing moving backwards.
Okay. As these orders are given out and people are watching and trying to figure out how to do these things based off of the knowledge of the two who do have any sort of experience with this, the ropes are loosed, the gangplank kicked aside, and for the first time in over a month, the star of the Scary Boots pirates groans beneath the weight of its own form in the water as the ship rocks gently, as though surprised to finally have somewhere to go. Around you, like a storm in a teacup, a bit of chaos as you guys are rushing around trying to get the ship ready to sail. The deck is littered with Scary Boots gang discarded defenses. Chalk-drawn trap zones on the deck, empty fish crates stacked into a captain's throne, and a rusted bell someone labeled Ghost Watch. At least half the sails are still tangled. A few knots are suspiciously sticky. Somebody definitely used honey instead of pitch. And a broom has been wedged into the ship's wheel like a misplaced rudder. A thin veil of sea mist begins to roll in as the sun begins its slow descent, casting the ship in a more warm golden hue. Gulls circle overhead, and from the docks the distant sound of laughter follows you like a tide of mockery. Because somehow, impossibly, you all own a ship now.
Yay.
So, as it begins to creak and lurch into motion, what are each of you doing and looking like as this new adventure begins? What's your place on the deck? What are you currently doing? Let's start with Azrik.
Say that again. Sorry, I was reading.
As we begin this event of this first time you guys are setting sail, We pan the camera across. What are we looking at on each of you guys? What's your place on the deck? What are you doing? And we'll start with you.
Well, I was taking the ropes off, but I would be definitely keeping a watchful eye on everybody else to where if somebody isn't, or is like somebody's struggling, or even knowing like what to do, I would be stepping over to help them out to like, hey, like this is how you do this. This is what I need done, kind of thing.
Roll an insight check with advantage because you have quite a bit of experience sailing.
Insight's not
19.
19.
Azrik, you quickly come to realize there is maybe one person on this boat currently who has even the basic knowledge of seamanship. Sails are loose, ropes are coiled wrong, someone tied a knot that literally loops into itself infinitely.
Who did that knot?
All right,
This
who
is gonna
tied
be
the
harder
infinite
than I
knot?
thought. This
That was
is
Darius.
definitely going to be
That
hard.
was Darius.
You come to the realization, and you can feel it in the sway of the ship, in the wind's direction, the subtle tension in the wood that you step on. Though this ship is no war barge, you can get her to sail if the crew doesn't kill it first.
Imagine. Take the ship.
Take forever, but I'd almost be better doing this myself. Gosh.
And I would notice that Sai at least has somewhat of an idea, right?
Yeah.
So wait, wouldn't I also have experience because I'm moving around cities often?
Were you... so Sai had that she was learning on the long journey.
Oh yeah,
That's-
and I would be like, fuck that.
Yeah.
So I would definitely be kind of like leaning on her as well, like
I need them to know how to do this. But I can't be in multiple places at once. I need you to take Terhuk and go, and I mean, we can't exactly back sail right now. We've got to find long poles, or we've got to find paddles to get us out of this port.
Mhm. Okay, I will take Terhuk. Please don't let me near that doctor guy. He gives me very bad feeling.
It's understandable. And I would also, I know that it currently shows this anchor drawn up here in the front of our current ship. Is that where our anchor would actually be?
That is where your
Placed
anchor
on
would
the-
be placed. You can see the rigging and stuff next to it as well. That's where
Right,
you would pull it up and tie it.
I would be looking for how that is actually going into the water, because another way that they pull ships out is they'll end up dropping the anchor to where, like, as you pull it, it'll basically start to lurch the boat backwards. And I would assume that they would have done this, pulling it into a port designed as
Yeah,
what it was.
It's drawn, the ropes for the anchor are drawn back towards the rear of the ship. So as you pull it, it would push the ship backwards out of its docked state.
Perfect.
All right, I need everybody. We've got to pull this anchor up.
Darian, somehow, some way, manages to find the paddles. Assuming they exist.
Yes, as you are racing around in the lower quarters in the hold, you do find the large, elongated paddles meant for expediting the process of getting the ship out of dock.
Right, Darian will grab them, bring them above deck. Paddles! I've got the paddles!
Thank God we can at least move this along. First, let's get this anchor up, and then I will show people how to run a paddle.
Alright. Where do I set these? Where?
Just off to the side right here.
Here, do they?
Pointing at
she's
like
gonna-
this, like middle-ish of the ship.
She's going to show him the run-through rings for the oars. You put them here so they don't fall off the ship.
Right, hold on. Anchor, and then paddles in.
No,
Anchors. Yeah,
put these in the hole, and then we'll go help with the anchor.
So great.
Right.
Yes.
Darian does so.
All right, now
Now
the
go help
anchor.
with the anchor. I'll hold the paddles.
We need more people for a ship of this size.
Maybe we should dock it somewhere where we can get repairs and find a crew. You seem to have the pockets for it.
We don't exactly have the time to be lofting around here trying to find a crew. We'll hire somebody on the water or we'll make them. One of the two.
Right.
Well, let's just try and get this anchor.
Yeah, as you guys start working on the anchor winch, all in unison pulling it, the whole weight of the ship pushing against it, and begins lurching backwards out into open waters. You see other ships beginning to pull into port in different areas, and for the first time for some of you, you are actually manning and working a seaworthy vessel. And as the ship begins pushing off, the anchor finally comes and breaches the surface of the water. And you have momentum, but the ship is heavy and it does begin to slow. And its backwards trajectory.
Right. So we've got the anchor up at this point?
Yes, you do.
Alright, first let's go to one side so I can at least show how we work a paddle, unless... And realizing she never actually gave her name, I just kind of point, I was like, do you know how to operate a paddle yet?
Yes. It was the one job they let me have.
Alright, Darian, doctor with me? As I move to one side of the ship, Terhuk, you go with her,
Yes. All right, I can do that.
and we'll start getting this thing out of here.
Well, where do you need me? Okay.
Okay, at this point, I need two of you to roll survival checks. For Azrik, this will be at advantage. There was probably a time where you might have been the only one being forced to help disembark the ship from a port.
Sure, like, when I was first on the Howling Tempest, I was basically nothing but a peon, so...
Okay, so that is an 18 and a 19. As you guys begin moving to your stations in accordance with Azrik's commands, you find yourselves pushing further and further out before your long paddles no longer touch the seafloor. And as this happens, the sails begin to fill and reverberate as the wood of the ship begins to shake and creak before now you guys are starting to catch wind. What are you guys doing?
I mean, sails are still furrowed at this point. I wouldn't be able to catch wind yet.
Yeah, but furrowed sails still can catch a bit of wind. That's why I'm asking, what are you guys doing? The wind is at your back. What is your next move?
I would be hitting to the helm to where I could actually start to turn the boat to where, like, we can catch the wind in the correct direction to actually continue our way out.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a novice apparently, so I'm just gonna be.
Terhuk is following Sai's lead since he really does want to learn. So he is basically catching on to her every word and trying to repeat what she's teaching him. So doesn't have much time.
Darian is doing a similar thing, but being significantly less successful.
Gotcha.
Just
Sai
sabotaging.
Sai is going to be explaining the different terminologies: port, starboard, aft, bow, stern, all of that, explaining all of that, and explaining like how, when the time comes to drop the sails, raise the sails, to change the direction of the sails, and how to properly coil ropes, and how you're supposed to actually like hitch ropes and stuff like that, to specifically Terhuk. But I guess if the other two want to be like following around as she's teaching him, that's cool too.
Okay.
I mean, Darian's trying to learn too. He's just stupid.
I don't know if he's
Oh,
following
that's good.
Azrik or if he's following Sai.
I'm gonna be
Oh.
following whoever is has the patience to teach me.
I was just like, nah.
And if not, I'm gonna be below decks, calling dibs on a bunk.
Well,
I would-
Sai is
on a
definitely
hammock,
going
I
to be
guess.
teaching because she doesn't want to be the only one that knows fucking anything.
I'd
If something
be
goes wrong.
I'd be hollering at Darian because I'm not gonna just be able to hold the rudder and show how to actually free the sails.
Yep.
So
Desmond isn't stupid. He picks up on things pretty quick. Like, he's not a dumb individual.
No, he's not stupid, but he's just an asshole.
No, he's not an asshole. He's like, really? Desmond's not meant to be an asshole. He's meant to be blunt.
Oh, cool.
And he just
Okay.
kind of thinks you guys are all pushovers.
Well, I mean, he wanted to throw a kid off of a dock, so that's kind of asshole-ish territory.
No, so you have to understand. You're in the slums. Like, he's surrounded by people every day that treat these children way worse.
Okay. I need 2 more survival checks, please.
Okay. Terhuk, let's see if you've learned anything. Oh boy. Nope, absolutely
Nope.
nothing.
I guess who should be throwing out these survival checks?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna leave it up to you guys, but I would ask that you don't keep it to the 2 same people every single time.
Yeah.
sure, oh well. Yeah, fuck. I know,
Yep.
Okay. There's a moment, Sai, where sails are being unfurled and you look over and the first thought in your head is, should that rope be unfurling that fast and should it be sparking against friction and
Oh no.
like
Fucking rope sparks. We got way bigger issues.
no,
Yep.
you see hints of sparks from the friction of the rope grinding against the the different facets of its holdings on the mast.
Oh shit. Sai-
Immediately sets their boat on fire.
Sai is going to yell at Terhuk to help her grab that rope and everything and to lift the sail bar so that way it stops descending so quickly.
Okay, I
Alright,
need
Terhuk's gonna try and do such.
one of you can roll with advantage for an athletics check, or you both can roll separately for athletics checks.
Athletics is not my strong suit, buddy.
Metagaming
There we go.
already.
There we go.
Do we have?
No, we don't.
We don't have anyone strength based,
We don't.
do
No.
we?
No, we
But
don't.
with that, you two, I'm gonna say both of you take 2 points of fire damage as the rope grinds in your hands as you are able to stop it only as your full weight between Terhuk and Sai is thrust and slammed against the mast.
Would that count as resistance to fire?
Yeah.
If Terhuk has it. Okay, so 1. Alright,
That's nice.
that's really nice.
I've got first degree burns, so that's okay.
25. Okay. The first
That is-
injuries of the war.
So out of breath, Sai's gonna be like, first rule, don't do that.
Alright, dutifully noted.
Yeah.
Don't know how that happened.
If you see sparks, the first thing you need to do is stop the sparks, or else we're going to die.
Oh, I understand. I understand completely. So basically, sparks mean death. Okay.
Yes.
And he's gonna try and hold.
So
So it doesn't.
as you
So
guys
Sai is going.
go ahead.
Sai is going to go ahead and re-show Terhuk the correct way to tie the knot
Yes, please.
because she suspects that he tied it incorrectly, when she showed him how to tie the anchor knot so that way they could drop the sails as slowly as they're supposed to go.
First of all, that's slander. Second of all,
Okay, go on.
Moving through as the groaning creak of timbers, the sharp crack of the canvas catching wind successfully, and the chaotic shouts of untrained but determined crew fill the air. The star of the Scary Boots gang, mismatched sails straining against the wind, begin to lurch forward from the mid-docks with all the grace of a tavern brawl that is full of people trying to learn ballet. Her hull, weathered but unbroken, slices through the foam-flecked tide like a stubborn beast waking from a long sleep. You guys aren't going super fast right now, and the boat's not super pretty, but gods, is she moving. The city of Al-Hajjad
that's what matters.
begins to recede behind you, its brass domes and sandstone towers catching the last rays of a descending sun, as light spills across the water in gold and crimson ribbons, casting a glow on the choppy waves ahead. On the deck, chaos begins to give way to an uneasy bit of cohesion, if only for a moment. Azrik, hands firm on the weathered wheel, stands at the helm, wind ripping through your stark white hair, determination in your eyes. Sai, balancing near the rigging, eyes fixed on the horizon, the moonlight finding her first out of everybody. Darian, grinning probably, gripping the railing near the bow as wind whips through. Terhuk, moving along, trying to memorize his knots. Go ahead, Darian.
If we do get a quiet moment,
Mhm.
Darian is going to, be on the railing, looking back towards the city. Sort of
See the
not
lights from the
betraying any
circus.
emotion. But I'd continue.
As you look back, you can see the lights of the raised palisades of the circus tents in the distance.
Darian just looks contemplative. Is that a word? Contemplatively?
Tentatively?
In contemplation.
Contemplatively.
Contemplatively. Okay. Yeah, he's just looking back when he's got a free moment.
Mm-hmm. Behind you all on the dock, make out the last bits of Al-Hajjad for setting a course. Do any of you have a map?
I think Terhuk does. 1 second.
I would think that Azrik probably does.
Terhuk has his...
I only has a compass.
Yeah, he has his map case with, I think 2 maps, but...
Yeah, that's not my job.
Yeah, Terhuk has at least the map of Granheim, at least.
Okay. So I will then move you guys over there.
Oh, I was muted, my bad. I was learning about navigation from Tarn and how to actually be able to tell where we were going. So I've got at least a map and a rough knowledge of how to navigate.
Well,
I will not say that I am proficient with navigation by any means, but we've got a good idea sometimes.
This will be a fun test then. So
we're just gonna go to Nadir accidentally.
Oh, I should also pull this up. You guys should see the map now, right?
Yep. I see it.
Pulling this out. What is your guys' heading?
Northeast.
Northeast.
Be more northeast than north, of course, because if we went straight north out of Al-Hajjad, we would be going back to Al-Hajjad.
Yeah.
I'd be saying we'd be heading this direction right here.
And
Just following the coast.
We haven't even had a moment to discuss what our actual goals or ideals are here.
Exactly.
But I know not to go into the answer straight. I've heard tales of the answer straight.
I mean, I guess while they're looking at the map, they could probably discuss that. And Terhuk is gonna be like, I'm assuming Azrik has the map, right? He's the main one moving and just coordinating things, right?
I would actually be, once Darian's done watching the city fall into the landscape or the oceanscape, I would actually be trying to teach him how to run the helm, because I know that I can't just be running the helm all the time and trying to do anything else with showing people. So I'd be trying to first teach him, like, hey, turn the wheel this way, the ship goes this direction type of thing. At least getting a rough idea of I wanted to be able to the point to where I could stand beside him looking at maps and planning something and know that, like, I could step into where he doesn't completely fuck our ship up, but I can at least say, hey, if your hands are on here, we're not gonna die.
All right, that's simple enough.
okay, so we will do this. And I will give everybody permission to back to this. Settings. There you guys go. Got a little ship token.
Wow.
Look at that.
So cute.
Better in the future, but for now, that's what we have. Make it better immediately. I need this to be.
That's what she said.
Is it?
Possibly.
That shit's crazy, dude. There. Map layer. I want that on the map layer. There you guys go. Where northeast? Do you have a destination in mind?
We're just sailing aimlessly at this point.
Hold on.
Mhm.
How many supplies have we got? How long can we stay out here?
Well, I have a few rations, but
As it currently stands, most likely a few days. I'm sure we could probably find something to fish something up, but I mean, short of us diving into the water and finding food or fishing, we probably don't got much on hand to last more than that. Say a week at most if we ration it out.
I feel
The
good about what I have on me.
Closest city that we could probably get to is Melis. I mean, I guess I should start asking about cities that I don't know about. What would I know about Millis?
Nothing.
Why was I muted? There we go.
Yep.
Milas is a massive trade hub, specifically ran by the Marquis Milam Tsunamori from Kozuka. They are known for their spice and silk export and import from Kozuka. It is a city that doesn't quite rival Al-Hajjad in size, but certainly does in trade. With it being under the leadership and control of one of the marquis, there is a much less, what's the word for it? Presence of, like, the gilded blades and stuff like that. It is more of an internal government in the Orkal Sultanate.
Right, but that's what we've got to go to get further preparations to actually set sail for real instead of us trying to just escape a city none of us want to be in. No, we definitely need to spend our time to get there learning the ins and outs of this ship.
That is true, because we won't live long out here without knowing the ins and outs.
While we're there, we could also possibly pick up at least a few more hands. And on the way there, we could also possibly get us some more money at hand. I mean, I would try not to hit any trade vessels at this point, this close to Al-Hajjad and Milas, but if there's anybody that tries to come up on us, then so be it.
Now,
Right?
alright. We've got a ship. We've got a crew.
Well,
What's that
I
make
know.
us then? Pirates? Or just sailors?
Guess this is the best point as any that we should probably get a little bit more acquainted with each other.
Yes, precisely.
I can see that's what you've been waiting for. And
Yeah,
Terhuk just
fucking
chuckles.
boy.
He's been trying ever since the tavern. Oh?
Well, I think it would be polite,
Look.
since you really wanted to introduce yourself, that for you to start.
Alright. Name's Darian. Darian Emlot. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Well, if we're... I'm unsure what else to talk about. Really.
Maybe what you're capable of. I mean, I could sit here all day and tell you that I've sailed on ships for the past 7 years. I mean, pretty much all I know is the sea at this point. But I
Well,
mean, if we know what we're all capable of, we at least know who can step in on what situation.
alright. As for what I can do, I'm... well... something of a minstrel, I suppose.
Well, they're shite one at it.
We've all heard you sing, sir.
Ah, come on. Ah, piss.
Well,
I wasn't trying back there.
Well, it
Besides-
wasn't too bad, I don't think. If you want, you could try again. Maybe you could do better, even though it wasn't that bad.
Ah, yes, Bunny Boy. Give us a show.
When it comes to the sea, we'll all have time to sing. Right now, it's best that, like I said, we've got to know what we all can do. So if another ship comes upon us, then, I mean, we got to know who can defend and who we need to protect the most.
Ah, I've a lot of practice with blades. And I will draw attention to the rapier and the stiletto dagger that sits on my left hip. I've got that, at least. Hells, I could probably put on a bit of a show with them. And I'll, well, if you'd like to see.
What do you mean by a bit of a show?
I'll take out my dagger and start balancing it on its point. Best I can manage on a moving ship.
Okay, go ahead and roll a either sleight of hand, performance. Yeah, roll either sleight of hand or performance.
For fuck's sake.
All right.
I
As you are doing this, which blade are you going to balance?
swear to God. My dagger.
Your dagger. All right, cool. As you go to balance the dagger on your finger, there is a large wave that crests and strikes the edge of the boat, the side of the boat, that begins a huge rocking motion as the dagger misses your finger but does stab yourself in the palm of your hand. So go ahead and roll damage for your dagger. And you can take half of that. So you take 3 points of piercing damage as you stab yourself in the hand. As you go, here, watch! And then as you go to perform your trick, the dagger just slips, and you can describe the rest, Darian.
Darian, upon getting hit by this wave, which I'm sure rocks everyone else too.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. They're just not holding weapons against themselves.
Is going to fall over onto his back and sort of, slice across his palm.
And just like that, the doctor has his first case of insurance.
Oh,
See,
look,
we are already fulfilling our promises.
it's time for me to introduce myself. I'm the doctor, Dr. Desmond Leech. I make my living off of helping the less fortunate and ignoramuses like this one. Why the hell would you ever try and balance? As this is happening, he's walking over.
Because I'm fucking good at it.
No, wait. As this is happening, he's pulling out his healer's kit and grabbing stuff to start bandaging up his wound. Why would you ever do this? It's just stupid. But I can still make money off of you. So please keep doing it. It was rather entertaining.
Terhuk's gonna go to Darian. He's like, I know it was an accident. I see that there's skill there, so don't take it too hard.
Terhuk, roll a deception check.
Deception? Okay, roll a deception check. I'm kidding now.
No, I'm
Terhuk,
kidding.
actually being honest.
I'm joking.
He's gonna tell this one, try not to be so rude to him.
I will say this is a good lesson for all of you, though, that have not been out at sea for long. The water is alive, basically, and you never know what she's going to throw at you, whether it be crashing waves or storms. So, I mean, it's a painful lesson, but a lesson indeed.
At this point, I just see him finish bandaging up his hand.
Yep.
I start looking for salves or other stuff I have in my inventory, in my little person, to try and hand them off to the other two that got rope burns earlier.
Okay, so you can heal with your healer's feet. You can heal.
I'm not trying to actually heal them. I'm trying to. This is more like flavor text of just
Gotcha.
Hey, they'll sleep it off that thing. I'm not actually trying to heal them at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So it's more hey, I have stuff on hand that can help you with this, and it'll eventually go. You'll eventually be okay. Because there's no point in actually using a usage of my healer's kit.
Fair enough.
Right. Well, this isn't my first time slicing my hand. Gotta learn somehow,
Probably won't be
The
the
other two.
last.
Here.
To my credit, it's been a while. It's just... I didn't account for the waves is all.
Can happen to
Oh,
anyone.
Thank you, Desmond. And he's gonna take whatever Desmond gives him.
It's just mostly like a salve for your palm,
Okay.
so it would help with like the burn. I'll also pass one off to the brooding ghost in the corner.
Pretty ghost. He just stares at him.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for her to accept it. Any day now.
Sai? Did we lose her? Luca,
No,
are you there?
She took herself off mute, but
Headset bugging.
Roger. Well, we can come back to that.
Can you hear me now?
yeah,
We can.
now, yes.
Okay, it cut out halfway through para talking. What's up?
Oh, I said it pretty much. I'm having like a salve or something to like help with your like burn you got earlier from the rope.
Oh. I'll take it and say thank you.
And then like I'm gonna kind of like turn and like have like a smile at the captain. Oh, they wrote the sign on, isn't it? And it's been there but an hour.
All in due time. I mean, at least it'll be a good joke if anybody comes upon us.
Yes. Half our crew injured at sea within the first hour. Perfect joke.
And look at the sign that's on the side of the ship, the name itself.
What was the name of the ship again? I already forgot.
Stapler nailed over the actual name of the ship is a sign that says the Star of the Scary Boots Gang.
Well, that's a perfect name.
Beneath that, it says the Axe Speak.
Yeah, speak, guy. I like it. It's got a ring to it.
Does they started boots there? Oh yeah.
Well,
Gonna
if you
belong
don't
to the.
mind, I'm going to go look for the actual deed.
Alright.
Likely wise.
Sai,
That's
who
right.
has still not given her name and is sneaking away before anybody asks.
Now.
Nope.
You're not going
Lost.
anywhere yet, lass.
I haven't even heard your name. I cannot be calling you lass. For, well, however long we end up on this ship.
Is it wrong to call her lass?
It's not wrong. I just seems a bit impersonal,
If we're going to be sailing together, we should at least be calling each other by our rightful names, at least. I mean, at this point, we're basically family. I mean, at least for the next few days, or unless one of you, dies of scurvy or falls overboard and drowns. I mean, I don't even know if you can swim.
Hmm.
Oh,
I
hells.
gotcha. Are you all planning on staying, or are you all disembarking at the next port and not returning?
Well, I have a mission to complete here. So as long as you have me, I will stay here.
I have morbid curiosity on how this group of ragtag individuals is gonna live amongst the sweltering amount of pirates in this coast. I think it can be entertaining, and I don't really need to be anywhere else.
Alright.
Besides, I've signed a contract. Haven't I, Captain?
That you have. As you all know, I'm here for the thrill.
And you?
Well, I guess I'm here for the thrill as well, I suppose. Need something different. Figured I'd give a life at sea a try.
All right. Well, my name is Sai'Idar, and you can call me Sai.
Hi. It's a pleasure. And I will reach out my, I suppose, freshly bandaged hand in a handshake.
Sai's just gonna kind of look at it for a second and then take it.
Just a finger, like shake.
She's still averting her gaze, by the way.
No
If
way, I'll
only
put that
she would
hand.
avert her streets.
Lamau. Anyway.
Anyway.
How old does Sai look? Just apparently.
She looks.
Well,
she
wait.
looks young.
Before we answer that, roll an insight check.
Please not a natural one. Okay, there you go.
16.
16. All right. Now, if you are trying to hide anything about yourself, Sai, please whisper me a deception check. And then,
Okay.
based off of those two, you can determine how much he's able to glean. I don't think your whisper is turned on.
I was tapping it. I was
Gotcha.
working on.
Okay, so you can determine what he is able to glean from trying to find your current age, or what age you put off.
Because of her confidence and everything at handling herself on the ship and the way that she handled herself with the children, so all of her actions give her the kind of feel that she's maybe in her early to mid 20s. But she does look a little young, but you would probably just chalk that up to her being an elf.
Okay. Noted. Right then.
And Terhuk?
Well, I am a mercenary, mostly. Came here because of a job.
A job?
So, a job. I'm looking for some information. Information only pirates have. So if we run into any pirates, I would appreciate if you allow me to search their belongings. For there's something I must find. Something that could damage some very important people if fall into the wrong hands. As for my skills, I am quite the watcher, as in I look, spot things. I also am quite adept in combat. That's why I have this, and he pats his longsword. Exactly, so.
All right.
You got it. All right. And he is. I've also, if need be, I can move around stealthily if possible.
I'm also quiet on my feet, if it comes to that.
That's good, because we may need it. The more skills we have, the better this will go.
Well then, I guess I can go myself. As I kind of like fix my coat a little bit, I'm like, where should I start? I guess. My name is Azrik Voss. I've been sailing for many of years now, as I've already said. And as I'm speaking, like a flame kind of alights in my left hand. I was like, I'm rather adept with magic. It's what I was born with, I guess is what I should say. So that's the easiest way to put that. I can't say that I know every in and out of the ship by any means, but I can at least teach everybody the best that we can. I've recently left a pirate crew known as I recently left a ship, I should say, known as the Howling Tempest. I wasn't exactly a part of the crew for long, only a couple of years. But, and as I kind of raise my right hand, and like with a subtle flick of the wrist kind of thing, a pistol materializes in my hand, though kind of like born from the sea air itself. Its metal's pitted and dark with speckled with barnacles that almost look like faintly alive, jagged with teeth, like as if there was teeth running down the barrel of the pistol. Like, let's just say, come across a few ways to keep us safe. I can't use much of a blade myself, though, I mean, if you put a blade in my hand, whether it be sword or dagger, I could at least utilize it, but when it comes to what I know, it's magic and firearms. And another quick flick and the pistol disappears, and like, I understand that I may be the captain of this ship, but there's only a few rules that I'll honestly instill. We've got to look out for each other, and I won't allow any slavers to be kept on board alive. It's something that I've been taught for a long time, and it's something that I won't stand for. I'd much rather take on a pirate ship and die trying than to end up going under. And that's how it'll be.
What are your stances on selling said slavers back into slavery?
Then I'd just be a slaver myself.
So no slavery on the ship at all. Gotcha.
I'd rather
no prisoners.
I mean, if we parlay with a pirate crew and they choose to work for us, I mean, at that point I see that they'd be joining the crew itself. I mean, one with the ship, one with the crew would say. I mean, we'd keep them on a tight leash for a while, but I wouldn't consider them as slaves.
I would greatly prefer that, personally.
Well then?
Also, well, before he does that, does Terhuk know about the pirate crew that he mentioned? That
Roll
Azrik
a history check.
thing. The history.
See whether or not you know about the Fangs of Morthal.
Yeah, actually, you know quite a bit about the Fangs of Morthal. Not from your time with the Sunlit Scripture, though, from your time as a crow. They were and probably still are a rather large thorn in the side of Orlan Veskar, as they would actively intercept many a slave transport. And sadly, they didn't intercept yours, but your leadership in that time would often brew the name of those pirates.
Okay. So in that case, Terhuk is gonna give Azrik like a look of respect, actually. And Azrik would notice that too, because Terhuk's not gonna try to hide that. So he's just gonna give him a slight nod. Like, all right. You're a good man. I see. That's good to hear.
You're still a pirate.
Pirates is just a label. That's why I've learned is labels can mean so many things. The goodness of one is that is clear for someone to see, whether pirate or not.
We don't all sell slaves in fear. Some of us are a little bit better than that, I'd say. But a pirate is a pirate. And when it boils right down to it, if that means that we've got to knock over a merchant ship to say that we sail another day, then we've got to knock over a merchant ship to say that we sail another day. Well then,
Well then,
Darian, do you think you're at least comfortable enough to hold the wheel as I go down to the
I can do
captain's
that.
quarters? All right.
One more thing.
Just remember,
One.
too far out to sea, the storms will get us. Too close to the coast, and the rocks will.
Aye. One last thing. While we're all still in one place, what should we call ourselves? As a crew, I mean.
is the name really that important?
Yes.
I mean,
When we pull into port, how are we to introduce ourselves collectively?
Well,
I
Azrik,
maybe-
Desmond, Sai, Darian.
just like the ship has a name, the crew has to have a name ourselves, and soon after we'll have our own flag to fly. And though I may be the captain, I will dare to say that we've got to come up with a name that we're all befitting to stand beside.
Aye. Let's try and come up with something before we reach the next port, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We will be together for a while. And that's something we should rush into.
Who are the primary individuals who will be steering this voyage?
For the most part, it would be between Darian and myself. I would
Okay.
be trying to stand next to him as much as possible, but at the same time, like, I've got to get down to the captain's quarters and see what actually this ship still does contain, whether it be maps, charts, the actual deed, all that.
For sure. So let's cover a few things first. Setting the heading. Whoever's setting the heading, please roll a survival check for me. Somebody
I'd be
can
the one
aid that
setting-
to give that advantage.
I would be the one setting the heading and pointing us in the right direction of, hey, we're going this way, and trying to explain of, hey, we got to stay about this far away from shore, watch out for this kind of thing.
Okay.
Uh,
Keep in mind, so on this map, if you use the measuring tool, each of these squares is 48 miles. Your ship can travel 72 miles in one day in a 24-hour period.
So about a square and a half.
About a square and a half. It is 480 miles. The quickest route, when I measured it out, is 480 miles from Al-Hajjad to Milas, sticking close to the coast.
Yeah.
So this is going to be about 7 days of travel.
All right. Well, I will start with an advantage on my roll.
If somebody's aiding you.
I mean, it would be me and Darian.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Or you both can roll separately.
Oh, I fucking sucked on that roll.
well,
Unfamiliar with these specific seas and with the positioning of the stars this time of year in Granheim, you set your course.
we're going to Azuka.
Right back into the. We're going to Rabble, boys.
we're going to travel.
So I will take that roll into account, and as people go off to their respective things, the coast of Al-Hajjad fading into the haze behind you, the sea ahead gleams with promise, though apparently not as much promise as possibly could have been. The snails snap with purpose, and you guys are free. The sun finishes setting, and on the horizon, scarlet and gold as it dips below it. For a fleeting moment, you all feel a sense of something bigger. So, this first night, what is everybody doing? You have some light downtime. You have set your heading, so I will reposition your ship at the end of this little whatever you guys are doing, and then we'll move on from there. So we'll go in. We'll do Azrik, Darian, Sai, Desmond, Terhuk, because that's how you guys are listed out at the bottom of my screen. So Azrik, what are you doing? Do you want me to go back to the ship map? We will go back to the ship map just so we can see your positioning on the. So starting with Azrik.
I would be searching through the captain's cabin, trying to get as much information about not only the ship as possible, but as like seeing if there's anything in there that's useful and necessary to know, but also like never know what was left behind by the previous captain kind of thing.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an investigation check for me.
Not 10. We can't roll for fucked now.
So, with a 10, man, you really used up those good rolls.
Yeah.
Hey, when we fight, it'll get even better.
All right. As you creak open the door to the captain's cabin, the heavy salt warp door creaks on rusted hinges. A wave of stale pipe smoke and damp parchments hits your senses first. It's cluttered, but not necessarily chaotic, like someone left in a hurry or intended to return shortly. Shafts of slightly golden light pierce through grimy, salt-covered wood, and you see the worn rug that sits in the middle of the quarters here has a flaming axe beak stretching across it. The furniture, while chipped and weathered, is of good make. You recognize the wood on some of these as Zahen ebony. And some bronze fixtures that also seem relatively familiar from the area of Zahen's Landing. Whoever captained this ship had a taste for fine furniture, though it has seen some wear and tear over the years. Looking through immediately, the desk itself has a drawer that is locked. There is a chest next to the bed that is also locked. There's an armoire. As you open the armoire, which is to the left with the other chest sitting on top of it, you see a few things. You see a writ of passage that is kind of sitting on the floor in here. This writ of passage is to get into Anchorport for some sort of trade dealing that was supposed to happen, looks like a couple months from now. But mostly it's just full of old clothing, coats, boots, well kept but unused for weeks. There's a bookshelf with some sea logs dating back nearly 6 years. And then there's some miscellaneous books as well, like The Tides and Winds of the Zahen Coast, Songs of Sail and Silence, and The Fires Within, Aetheric Tempering and Discipline. Is there anything you want to focus your search on out of all of those things?
definitely looking at the maps and stuff a little bit more, seeing if there's anything that's. I mean, it's just the Zahin's coast.
Yeah, most of the maps just show the main coastline around Zahin's Landing.
Well, that's not gonna fucking help us. Not right now, at least. I want to focus on like the desk and stuff a little bit more. See if there's anything kind of hidden around it to where, like, I mean, all captains try to at least hide something in their desk they don't want other prying eyes to see at first glance.
Yeah, so there is the locked drawer on the desk. There's also one that is not locked, and inside you find some crumpled navigational charts and a small black journal.
I'm definitely gonna check out the black journal.
Okay. It contains a number of coded entries detailing several acquisitions, it seems. Dropped off, boop, boop, boop. Looking at different things. Ba-da-da-da-da. About 4 days sail northeast of Milas. A small cove that is referred to as Glassfire Cove. But it seems like most of their deliveries are to that area, which is not marked on the map that you currently have.
All right, so I'm gonna mark up on my map, like, rough location of where that would be based on their explanation.
Okay.
And then I am going to...
You can try to open the lock drawer if you have thieves' tools, or you can roll an athletics check to try to break it open.
I'm probably gonna end up leaning on... I'm probably gonna end up asking one of the other crew members to see if they've got something to get into a locked drawer.
Okay. Yeah, for everything that's locked, it's the bedside chest and the desk.
The bedside chest, is it just like padlocked or what?
Yeah, it is just padlocked.
Oh shoot, I have thieves' tools.
I would hope everyone except for Azrik should have thieves' tools.
Honestly.
Honestly.
That's where I'm gonna definitely go back to the rest of the crew and be like, well, does anybody know how to pick a lock?
I do. As it so happens.
I do too, but I'd let Darian have a try.
Alright. Could be simple.
All right, well, couple of you guys, well, yeah, a couple of you take down to the captain's quarters. There's a locked drawer and a bedside chest. Let's not just go rummaging through and stealing anything. We just became a crew. Let's at least talk about what's in there. And I mean, let's be honest. I mean, out of all the plunder that we take, we're gonna have to end up splitting it up fair sooner or later. And at that point, I'm gonna take over the helm and let Darian go down to the captain's quarters.
Gotcha. Alright, who's unlocking what?
Alright, here.
You got this. You got this, Darian. I believe in you.
Do you have guidance or something?
I think he's just trying to give you
words,
advantage on your
encouragement.
roll.
I mean, Terhuk could probably guide him, to basically
Give advantage?
Yeah.
No, basically,
He's using the help action. So let's do the desk first. Go ahead and roll a thieves' tools check for me for the desk.
That would be plus my What's it? Gloves of Thievery, yes?
Plus
As
your
well?
gloves of thievery as well.
Yes, which adds shoot, it's not reflected on my sheet. Hold on.
It gives you a +5. So let me mods 5. There you go.
Okay. It's 21.
21. Okey-dokey. Yep, okay, just making sure. Alright, so as you very nimbly and quickly manage to pick the lock on the locked drawer, you find a ship's deed. It lists the ship as registered to Captain Thalen Morix of the Free Trade Company of Zahan's Landing. The seal bears traces of red wax, but the wax is a little bit weird. You can't quite put your finger on why, but it doesn't look like normal wax. But that is all that is in this locked drawer.
That's it?
Yep.
So what did you find?
Found the deed. The proper one.
Great. I'm sure Azrik will be very pleased to see that. Anything else?
That's it.
Right. What was the other thing that he wanted us to unlock?
The bedside chest.
Bedside chest. Let's take a look.
Right.
Go ahead and
And I
roll
will-
another Thieves' Tools check.
Again at advantage with help.
Terhuk's gonna be there assisting him.
Sure.
Natural
Oh,
fucking
nice.
20.
Lucky, because a 12 wouldn't have cut it. Okay. This one is definitely more of a complicated lock, but with just as much ease as the first, you manage to pop it open. Inside, there is a pouch heavy with gold, or some sort of coinage. There is a wrap of velvet that is currently covering something. There is also a number of assorted papers and maps that you guys could look into further. But that seems to be about it.
Take a look at these maps. I'll hand them off to Terhuk as I take a look at whatever's covered in velvet.
Right. Terhuk's going to open the maps and see what he can see. And if there's a table, he's just gonna place the maps there.
Well, there's the desk.
There is a desk right there. I see it.
Okay. So, looking at the maps and looking at what's in the velvet. So you unfold the velvet.
Yep.
Okay. You
It's
see
a cursed item.
you see a ring of dark iron with a crimson gem that has this almost shifting interior, and it's emitting a bit of warmth.
Ooh,
Where's Roderick when you need him?
this is interesting.
Well, what did you see? What do you find?
Darian, you hear in your mind nothing.
No.
It's
Oh, for
it's,
fuck's
you don't hear
sake.
anything. You don't hear anything.
Okay.
That'd be amazing. Like session 1. Just a curse item right off the bat. Okay. So, what did you find?
It's a ring. It's warm. It's heavy. Ooh.
heavy. Is there anything special about the ring? And Terhuk, if given permission, he will try to like at least examine it. Does it seem like any like magical, or is it
Roll an
anything
Arcana
strange
check.
about the ring? Sure.
I will also assist in this.
Okay. How are you assisting
you
in this
advantage.
Arcana
Yeah, exactly
check?
how.
I just want to be
Oh,
clear.
that's true.
You have no levels in Bard. You don't really have a lot of arcane knowledge. So, how are you assisting in this Arcana check?
Just through observation, I guess, through what I can see.
Okay.
Just noting its physical qualities.
It's black and it has a red gem.
Well, that means
Is
it's
there
magical,
anything about-
folks.
Is there anything about like how light shines through the gem? Is it like just perfectly clear all the way through? Are there imperfections?
I mean, has Darian read like a book about magic or something?
Yeah,
Like,
that's my.
volumes?
Here's my thing: is when it's two rogues helping each other pick a lock, you guys have
Yeah,
the
that's
basis of
understandable.
knowledge to assist each other. When it's not that, I would allow both of you to make separate Arcana checks if you would like, using your separate arcane knowledge,
All
unless you have some reason within Darian's knowledge that he would be of assistance in identifying this item.
He definitely would not.
Yeah, separate
that
Arcana
end?
checks. Let's go.
It's a 12.
3. There is definitely some strange quality about this ring. It does give off a hint of warmth, like it is warm to the touch. Other than that, you haven't heard or seen of an item like this, and it doesn't, other than the shifting light and shade in the gem itself, it doesn't seem wholly arcane to either of you, but the warmth that it gives off is really pushing you guys to thinking that this probably has some sort of otherworldly properties.
Some sort of fire ring?
Fire ring.
Let's take this to
Well,
Azrik.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And before he leaves, Terhuk's gonna look at the maps he placed on the desk.
Yeah, so
Is there anything of note?
a few different things.
Mhm.
2 maps, one of which is a high detail map of the coastal trade routes of the Nadiran coastline. Looks like it has the signet of the local cartographers guild from a Nadiran port city. It shows the major ports therein. And then there's marked annotations, some red X's with the word taken scribbled, a dotted trail between 2 of the ports, one with a note that says backdoor drop, heretics only. There is a smudge covered island labeled only Val's Mercy.
And would Terhuk notice these markings as pirate made?
These markings were made by whoever owned this map previously. Most likely, they are written on. Whether they were a pirate or a smuggler or whatever they were is undetermined.
Okay.
The other map
Right.
is of the Anchorport region, a faded but detailed sea chart showing the waters around Anchorport, littered with some jagged rock outcroppings and underwater wrecks, and a narrow route there is marked only on foggy nights.
Okay. All right. This is a very interesting set of maps here.
Do you look at the other
very-
documents as well?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Terhuk's going to be very thorough.
Yeah, so there are some official looking documents sealed with a familiar wax sigil of a skull with pointed teeth and blades at its rear. The symbol of the Dread Reavers, the
Okay.
pirate crew of Orlon Veskar.
Okay.
I'm gonna have you roll a history check with advantage for me.
Okay, sure thing. Advantage. History, right?
Yep.
Okay.
10. Okay, so there are a few things. It seems to list the movement of cargo between ships and drop points, with some euphemistic terms like lace, iron stock, and veil-bound. You know what lace is. Lace is young girls. And you know what iron stock is. Iron stock is young men. You don't know what veil-bound means. There are some different... Veil-bound is unknown to you, but iron stock means young men.
Iron stock. Got it.
And lace means young girls. Locations listed on these documents show names like Tallow Reefs, Port Valak, Duskmire Inlet, and the Red Den. You know the Red Den.
Okay.
The Red Den is a floating, almost like a floating black market galleon. It is a galleon that has been outfitted to have ships docked to it, and it is where many a slave trade has happened. And you have accompanied some higher ups as a crow back when you were working for Orlon.
And does Terhuk know if it's like changes locations every few set of weeks, months? Does it have like a pattern?
So all of the dates here have already expired.
Okay.
It does list dates and times and stuff like that, but like I said, they are more than a month ago that they were meant to happen. One entry name does stand out.
Okay.
It says attending physician at Offload in Al-Hajjad, Dr. Leech.
Oh boy.
What is it you found?
Well, I found some documents. Trading young boys, young girls. Iron shackle, whatever that means, but it can't be anything good.
Iron shackle?
Iron shackle. Do you know anything about that?
No, there's been some confusion. Lace means young girl, iron stock means young men, and then there was veil-bound. You didn't know what veil-bound was.
Yeah, veil. Yeah, veil. Yeah.
Veil-bound?
Veil-bound. Veil-bound, that's correct.
Haven't a clue.
Alright, well, we should give this information to Azrik, though. If you look at this, and he'll show him the documents where the good doctor Leesh's name appears there.
Here. Actually, I'm gonna go take over the wheel. Send him down here. Here, I'll take the ring, sort of place it back in the velvet, and put it in Terhuk's hands.
Okay.
Right.
You have him give that a once over too.
Right. Sure then.
So-
Stay here.
As this has been going down, Sai, what have you been doing?
Well, seeing as Sai has been looking at the sky since birth, she's looking at the star chart, looking around at the map, looking off into the distance, being like, I don't think we're going in the right direction.
Sure, roll a survival check with advantage.
Also ones like, yes, we're definitely going the right way.
Yeah, watch this fatty not one.
Okay, let's see. Close enough.
Told you.
Sai, there is definitely something strange about the stars here. you're not super familiar with the night sky in Granheim, but something seems strange about your heading. You can't quite put your finger on.
We're just gonna discover a new continent at this point.
Fuck it. Sky racists.
No.
Yeah, but in general, she's going to be taking survey of the ship, seeing what needs to be repaired, what will need to be repaired urgently, documenting everything, and generally just trying to be a good steward of the ship that she has and be as helpful to Azrik as she possibly can.
4. The ship's mostly just coated in dust and grime and litter of food and snacks from the Scary Boots gang that were here before. But much of it is still unexplored by you guys. So,
But are there like deck planks and stuff that need to be replaced? Are there holes in the sail, stuff like that? That's what she's taking note of.
okay. Go ahead and roll investigation. Or perception. Surveying the whole.
Investigation or what now?
Or perception.
Okay.
$15. There are multiple areas where there has been damage to the ship. You see some burn marks, like small, minuscule explosives were set off. There are also parts of the railing that have cracked and broken. There are a couple patches already in the side of the vessel from what looks like cannon fire. The ship will need repairs. It is still seaworthy, but there are portions of it that are broken and battered that will need more stringent repairs than what have already been given to them. Even running around earlier trying to get the ship ready to leave port, there was a couple times where your foot fell through some holes in the upper deck before you were able to catch yourself and not incur more damage on the vessel. Most of repairs that have already been made were haphazard, it seems, and done in a hurry.
Okay.
And Dr. Leech, what are you doing? Mr. Para?
I think he's napping in the bunk.
All right, well, we'll throw him down in a hammock.
I mean, he did
Okay.
cure 3 people.
It really took it out of him. All right, we can resume where we left off with Darian and Terhuk. Azrik.
Aye, Captain.
Yes?
We got the stuff you wanted unlocked. Opened up in your quarters.
Nicely done.
Found the deed to the ship. The real one. I mean,
Well, that's a plus.
some other
Any
things
luck
too.
with it?
You should go down and take a look. I can take the wheel from here.
All right, I appreciate it. Just try to keep us pointed in the same direction.
Aye, aye.
I would like to, at this point, kind of take a look around and make sure that, like, we are going the correct direction.
Okay, go ahead and roll a survival check for me.
Straight
survival check. Yeah, it looks
Oh,
like you're
we're
heading.
definitely
Looks
good.
like you're heading in
Yep,
spot
looks
on.
like we're doing great.
It's going to go to Kazaka at this point.
All right, sounds like there's some things to look at down here. Where did he leave the deed at?
It is sitting on the desk.
Oh, so as I walk in, I'm gonna
Mhm.
see the deed sitting there. I'm gonna take a peek at that.
Cool.
Being from Zahin Landing, is Phelan Morquise a name that I recognize?
Balin Morex.
Morix, my bad.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll just a history check with advantage since you are from Zahan's Landing. $19. Balin Morex does not ring any sort of bell in your mind. The Free Trade Company of Zahan's Landing does, though.
Okay.
Weird, though, that it's listed as the company that this man belongs to, as the Free Trade Company of Zahan's Landing hasn't existed in over 20 years. It was shut down for trafficking individuals around Zahan's Landing over 20 years ago. What really catches your eye is the wax seal. It bears traces of red wax, yes, but it also contains, upon closer look, crushed void glass. Which is a item that is not readily available except in the higher up echelon in Zahan's Landing. It is hard to get and is technically illegal to own because it is a very dangerous substance.
What kind of dangerous?
Void glass is a highly addictive substance that is it starts as a residue that is output from the main caldera of Zahan's Landing, and that is why it's heavily regulated by the higher echelon, and they work very hard to clear any of the residue out of public spaces as quickly as possible. Like, they have people specifically hired to do that. God damn it. Why am I blanking? Around Angmere. Angmere is the only place that you can get void glass. And they clean it up, and it's hard to destroy, so they store it. And there have been some thefts in those times, but for the most part, it is like arrest on site if you are trafficking in void glass.
Well, that's interesting to say the least.
Did you figure something out, Azrik?
Well, wax contains void glass, which, I'm from Zahan's Landing, I've never personally seen, because it's extremely illegal to have any of it. I mean, if we were caught trafficking it, we'd be arrested, not killed. Should definitely probably search any of the cargo on the ship to make sure we don't have any aboard.
Well,
But
that'll
first,
explain,
yes?
that'll explain some of this, and he's gonna put documents about the Lace, Veilbound, and Iron Shackle, as well as a document about our esteemed doctor.
Well, this is interesting to see the least.
And that, what was it called, Kuro, again? The red. I want to make sure I write this down correctly.
The red gemstone
The red-
ring?
No, it's the ship. The ship with that has that docks the other ships.
Oh, I gotcha.
It's the Red Den,
Also-
I think.
I believe it is the Red Den, but I'm pulling it up right now. Ooh, that was on the trafficking. Yes, the Red Den.
Perfect. Okay. So, yeah, it's the Red Den. It's a ship in which illegal goods, mostly slaves, are sold for different prices. And you can tell he's struggling though. I've seen it personally, but only a few times. Not even then.
Seems
And
like
this
the
makes-
doctor might have some explaining to do.
Exactly. And considering the crew that you worked for, I put a lot of trust in you. For you have stood up to many injustice that others would not. Which is why I'm showing you this, mostly.
We'll at first have a conversation with the doctor, to say the least. Though he may be the one receiving these, he may not have known that they were slaves. I assume my saying so earlier, I mean, you and Al-Hajjad probably haven't heard of the Howling Tempest by this point, so for him to know that who I was with and what I stand for, just stand there and be a slaver himself, that's a lot of grit.
That is.
Anything else we find down here?
Well, there's also this, and Terhuk's gonna show him the map with the different markings. Do you know what any of this means?
And what were the markings again?
So on the map of the Darian coastline, there's a red X with the word taken scribbled next to it, and there's a dotted trail between two of the ports, which I can tell you the exact port. Oh, no. So the red X is up map. Next to Port Osira. Well, it's gonna be a weird spelling, but it's Osyla. It's on one of the 3 islands next to the Kingdom of Melja. It says taken next to it. And the dotted lines, or the dotted trail, is between the port town of Viral to the port town of Alonar on the southern coast of Nadira. There's also a smudge covering an island south of Trilum, the one with a volcano on it, labeled only as Vowels Mercy, Vauls Mercy.
Interesting. Seems that they worked a long ways.
That is my thing. That's my feelings as well. The fact that they're operating Nadira. Well, this ship was operating Nadira. Do you know of any pirates that operate in that area?
I mean, I don't know how. I mean, I know I would know of a few pirate crews outside of the Howling Tempest, but I'm not sure how many I would have known about. I mean, I would have known about bigger ones that would have been talked about, like, gosh, I can't even think of their names across the top of my head.
What is the overall? What information are you trying to get?
Whether I would know of any other pirate crews that actually work in Nadira.
Oh. Roll a history check. I'll determine how many other crews you know.
7.
7. All right. Cool. So Nadira. Two pirates. So the main ones that you are aware of, being within Reaper's crew, are the Iron Wake Brotherhood, the Crimson Reef Syndicate, the Guilt Serpents, and the Drowned Suns.
All right. Would I know of any that would be active in the areas that are on the map? Like, Especially the one that's down south of Trilum.
Down around Trilum would mainly be the Drowned Suns. Up around Osira, north of the Kingdom of Melja, is more Ironwake Brotherhood territory. You know probably more about the Ironwake Brotherhood, as they are a contingent of Iron Brand sympathizers who Reaper had plenty of beef with.
Yeah.
But has never actually successfully been able to take down the Ironwake Brotherhood.
I know of a couple working in the area, but I mean, it's 2 different crews in order to cover this map, and I don't know of them exactly working together.
That is true. Well, I guess we can only just have some hypotheses of things or groups that will operate in that area, I assume. We could keep those in our heads and see if there are any clues about the ship that would provide more details on what's going on. But at least I wanted to give you these documents. It's, well, you're the captain, and
Sure, we need to keep this in mind. I mean, this may very well be one of the first places that we're able to. Well,
it's true.
there's that
And if
one
this
place. There's one place close to Milla that I think that we should at least check out, but we definitely need to keep these places on the table.
All right then. Well, keep it safe, please. And well, if this ship was really stolen, the owner might want to get it back. So that's why I really want to figure out what pirate crew this ship belonged to. See who he angered.
We could ask around a bit in the next port to see if anybody knows the name at least.
Solid plan. Well,
See if
I
he's
think
still active. I mean, 20 years is a long time.
that is true. Well then, let's see if we're actually going the right way.
Is that all that we found down here?
That is all that we found. Unless there are more hidden boxes or
There's the ring.
any. Oh. Well, yeah. Oh yeah. Terhuk pulls out the cloth. Is it silk, right? Red silk.
Velvet.
Velvet.
Velvet, sorry. Red velvet. And inside is the ring. We found this. We're not sure if it's magical or not. Can you tell?
So I'm gonna take the ring from him, making sure not to actually touch the ring, but
Mm-hmm.
keep the velvet on it.
Mhm.
And I guess I will do an Arcana check.
Yeah.
13.
13.
Really knocked out the good rolls.
Yeah. It's definitely magical. You don't know a lot about magical implementations necessarily, but it flares as soon as it gets in your proximity. With a slightly more intense heat than what I had before.
Oh. Definitely warm. I
It
would
did
say it's
feel-
magical, but definitely keep
Um,
this wrapped until we at least can get somebody to look at it a little bit further than what I can.
Can you also roll a history check, again with advantage, please?
All right.
19. Okay. Looking at the gem between the shifting shadows within, you see a crest. A crest you recognize as the Ashen Oath, a long dead faction of fire worshippers within Zahan's Landing, who once swore fealty to the Ember King Solvarin. He was a king before the turning of the ages, from the age of ruin to the age of Emberlight. That was part of like normal history lessons within Zahan's Landing that your mother gave you.
Oh, symbol of the Ashen Oath, however. Definitely fire in this, that's for sure. It's hard to tell what, though.
But Terhuk had no idea what the Ashens are, right? The Ashen.
You've
Okay.
never heard of the Ashen Oath.
Alright. If you don't mind, what is the Ashen Oath exactly?
Fire worshippers up from the part of Granheim that I was actually born in. I mean, they're
So then we could assume
much-
that this.
they're much older than I am, however. I mean, what I remember, they haven't been around for a long time.
So we can assume that this ring has something to do with fire, but to a degree, we don't know.
For all we know, it could cast a powerful spell. I mean, but at the same time, it might just grant you warmth. I mean, it would be interesting if that was it, considering how hot Zahin's Landing actually is, but...
No, you're right. You're right, Azrik. Let's keep that in the velvet, and we will find someone who can properly identify this.
I agree.
Well, then, shall we head up? See how
Yeah.
Dallas is doing?
I'm gonna wrap up the ring back in the velvet and see if there's anything around that I can actually, like, kind of tie it shut to where it can't come out.
Okay. You do it pretty easily.
Then we'll
Alright.
head back up.
Yep, let's go back up.
At this point, I don't want to go much farther without Para, because I feel like
I
It's
agree.
kind of
I was about to end us out on it.
they
You heard my name? What happened?
Oh,
Hera's back. Yeah, we're finishing up, baby boy.
Oh, sorry, I fell asleep.
We know.
we figured.
As we close out on this night, we will end here. Your ship sailing, hopefully on course, and we will pick up on day 2 of this journey next time. Thank you for everybody who watched or listened. Can't wait to see you again next time. Please check us out on Twitter. That's where all of our updates for streams happen. Shoot us a follow. We're also streaming concurrently on YouTube. That is where all of our VODs will be, because Twitch has updated their stuff to where you can only have a certain amount of VODs, so it's not feasible for us to store all the VODs on Twitch. So the VOD will be available pretty much immediately on YouTube, and that's at Critfire Games on YouTube as well. So please shoot us a follow there and check us out on Twitter, and we will see you next time. So good night, everybody. We love you, and we'll see you later.
good night.
Bye.
Night.
Eric campaign. Woo!